no peace. No justice, 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 no peace. What? No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Come on. No justice, no peace. Yeah. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice.
What's going on, brothers and sisters? Welcome to yet another edition of what you've all been waiting for, what we get a bunch of messages about, the famous Professor Spira and Brother Air Unleashed. And with me to let them have it. What do you say?
Yeah, man.
Brother Air right here.
Greetings, Spira, and to all that have tuned in, and welcome to the new numbers 2021. So hope that's treating you like you should be treated, or you treat it like it should be treated. So yeah, what's going on? It's 2020, man. Pandemic, pandemic, scamdemic,
plandemic,
yeah.
Constipation-demic,
yeah,
pusdemic,
yeah. It really opened us up to how serious we have to be about. I mean, there's no more wondering who's trying to kill you.
Right. Yeah. The jig is up, as they say. The jig is up. All these things that we've been talking about for years, and people would kind of give us that look like, you ain't whatever. And it's playing out before our eyes. And now people are, scared and this and that. And I'm like, we've been talking about this for 20 years.
Are they terrified? And I'm talking about those who are the most militant, revolutionary people that you want to run into, man. This dropped them to their knees, man. And I couldn't believe it. I was like, is this all it takes to unhinge you folks? I thought y'all was black, red, and green, and all these different liberation parties, and then this came along, and it just it really showed me, as far as my fellow human citizens on earth, who I could get in the trenches with. And it really let me down, man, because of I was thinking, when we start talking about mucus and pus, people really don't have a clue about what we're talking about in terms of the context,
right,
that we talk about mucus and pus. So I'm saying, okay, let's deal with the language, and let's ump the ante, and let's talk about immortality even more. And
before we do that, I should probably tell the people what the mucusless diet is, because there will be a lot of people watching this that have never ever even heard of the mucusless diet. So give me the opportunity to give, and we got to give the disclaimer.
I will. But first, I have to say, our language has to change to immortality. More talk on immortality and death is not natural. That has to be a part of our whole cultural talk now. Like, we got to just bring it all out. Since they ain't vibing with us anyway, and they don't understand us, we might as well just talk freely among us and deal with our lives and our understanding like we deal with it. So, okay, you can go ahead and talk about mucusless diet healing.
So I'm Professor Spira, and I've practiced the mucusless diet for over 18 years, and I've been helping thousands of people learn about what the mucusless diet is, helping them heal with it, naturally healing themselves using this great book that was written by somebody by the name of Professor Arnold Ehret around in the early 1900s, 1920, 21, 22 is when the original mucusless diet was published. And I was inspired to create an annotated, revised, and edited edition of the Mucusless Diet Healing System. If you read the original book, you'll see that there's things that need clarification. And what I did was, in the margins, just as any important book has, the Bible has it, the Bhagavad Gita, the Quran, there's always annotated versions of the important books of humanity. And this is, in my opinion, the most important book of humanity that has been, just underappreciated, under-discovered. So I wanted to make this more accessible to folks and kind of bring it out of the darkness. And so the mucusless diet consists of a system. The main thing is system. That's what all these other things is out here, whether you're talking about the raw foodism and the fruitarianism and the veganism and the plant-basedism and any other ism that you want to talk about, naturopathy, homeopathy, whatever you want to get into, the foundation and the cornerstone of all that stuff is the Mucusless Diet Healing System by Professor Arnold Ehret. Problem is, over the years, folks, a lot of the people that have innovated all these different fields that I just mentioned were greatly inspired by the works of Professor Arnold Ehret. However, they fall apart whenever it comes to really dealing with the work. They take bits and pieces that they want that serves their agenda, and then they don't even give credit. There's a book published named Mucusless Diet that you want to avoid, that not written by Professor Arnold Ehret, and he's not even given credit for coining the term. And so Ehret's legacy has been messed with. One of my missions is to deal with that, and that's some things that I'm doing on this, and we'll talk about that a little later. But in terms of Mucusless Diet Healing System, transitional methodology, you're bringing together a change in diet. We're not telling anybody to just change everything they're eating overnight. It's a transitional system. And I didn't get a chance. I wanted to get up my little before and after picture, but I didn't get a chance to do that here. And I'll do that a little later in broadcast. But I lost over 100 pounds and overcame a number of ailments. I was chronic migraine headaches every day, allergy issues, all constantly clogged up, blowing my nose all the time, bronchitis every year. Hemorrhoids. I mean, I have to start talking about that one because I used to not, and that I had like chronic hemorrhoids all the time as a teenager. Who wants to experience that and live like that at a young age? It's not fun. So Mucusless Diet Healing System for me has just been that lifesaver. If it wasn't for that, I honestly don't think I would be alive. I don't think my body was capable to withstand the amount of chaos that I was putting upon it. I would have been one of those statistics of the heart disease or stroke in the 30s and that kind of thing. And so I'm just so happy that I was able to find a mucusless diet, heal myself, and then I found out that I had the ability to explain things and help others heal themselves. And so a bunch of people that were given incurable type of situations came and said, hey, let me check this out. I don't have nothing to lose. Let me check this out. Mucusless diet. And they were able to get some relief and remedy and heal in many cases. This is not so the disclaimer part, this is not medical advice. These is just a discussion amongst friends. And so this is not diet advice. It's not a like licensed diet information or nutritional stuff, like none of that. This is if you want to frame it as a philosophical discussion, do that. If you want to frame it as a whatever, however else, just don't frame it as that. It's not, has nothing to do with making any recommendations to you in the medical sphere. And the other disclaimer, you know, there's a lot of very we try to keep things family friendly, and we know there's young people, and I love the stories that people send me messages that they have their young people watching some of our videos, and we have a few that are really oriented to young people, but then there's other ones that I don't even think about that young people might like, and then I'll get a parent and be like, oh, my kid loves that. So I love those stories, and so I know that young people like to watch these. And I will say that there in this broadcast there may be some imagery in moments. There might be a little language. There might be some expression that is a little on the more hardcore side. And so if you are sensitive, or if there are sensitive eyes and ears nearby, then there are some very, very nice and gentle videos. You can find gentle videos on this channel that are just gentle and very informative. But this is for the revolutionaries. This is for the people that's tired of being tired. This is for the people that are tired of being sick, that's tired of being oppressed, that's tired of complaining about the oppressor while you live like them. This is going to be one of those. And so that's my disclaimer. I'm going to turn it over to Brother Air right now, because he's wound up and he's ready to go.
Well, I mean, man, we hadn't done one of these in a minute. So,
right.
What we've been doing, me and Spira kind of got our heads together and kind of thought that the shift was on in terms of the scamdemic and the way that people was reacting was not representative of people with courage.
Mm.
And so me and Spira would talk, and we just decided, okay, we're gonna go all in on like, let's stop talking about culture. Let's be the culture.
Yeah.
Let's be the leaders of the culture, of the life culture. Let's be the leaders. So Spira decided, he's like, okay, his way of plugging in was leaving town.
Yeah.
You know, like running around in the woods, you know, with a fig leaf on, you know. but I mean, but plug it in and understand that looking at different places for the errant village.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, this could be so he went in that direction, playing on the street, going down to you know, places where they wasn't wearing the mask, they wasn't doing the distancing, and kind of reporting like, look, man, this is what's happening, and you know, and so what I did was I started to fast doing the dry piece. I said, okay, I'm going to go and do more dry fasting, more, you know, non-liquid. And I actually took a request this time from somebody who requested I do something in terms of research, which I've never really took any requests, but I did take a request. And and do what this person asked me to do. And so I will be reporting what happened with this to him.
Yeah.
And okay, so what we decided to do is just go in on culture. Like, be the culture. Like, okay, this is the culture. Mucusless lifestyle. That's the culture. We understand that people don't understand it or afraid of it. We really have to have that, that pillar of salt story where we have to do this, get results that we are good with, and don't look back. I mean, it's hard. And I know people have family and everything, but this is how culture. Think about the folks who came over to what they call the new land looking for religious freedom, which it wasn't never about religious freedom. It was about power and wealth. But they sought after a new land and they went into the unknown. That's what we're going to have to do as a community of practitioners and people who want a mucusless type of existence and a mucusless culture. We can't be afraid of putting that out there, like we're trying to develop a mucusless culture.
Yeah. I mean,
because we know it's what's saying. We know it's what's saying.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's why I'm always talking about the generational transformation. And I don't know, more people I think are starting to understand what I'm talking about. But to me, I mean, that's where that shift. But it's a cultural shift. Everything we do that's how you can change the world. People always talk about, well, I want to change the world. Transform yourself, get with other people transforming themselves, and be who you are. Don't hide it. See, for 100 years, people that have practiced the Mucusless Diet Healing System have hid themselves for protection, for wanting to live in peace, in harmony, to not come out here and deal with this nonsense that's going on out here. But we said it's time because filthiness can't run this thing any longer. And so it's time for cleanliness to win, and for those of us to come together
for some reason,
something serious.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. We might have a delay.
Very undercover. Very, very undercover. Yeah. Right. And that's to win. And we should know, we should be looking at a paradigm of righteousness.
Yeah.
This should be. Oh, okay. But this should be a paradigm looking to build.
See, I think, Brother Air, I think we're
understanding. And
okay.
but you got to do the work. See, this is what makes this live it different, is that you got to be consistent. And a lot of people in all this is, man, it's a big playground.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I call it the sandbox
I can hear
lifestyle.
you.
There's so many people that's living the sandbox lifestyle. It's
Yeah.
like just
Can you hear me?
I think you might be like 15-second delay for some reason.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think there's a significant delay.
Oh wow, I don't know why.
Yeah, it wasn't there before, but now it's now it's there. And I don't know if you want to maybe try to log out and leave the room and come back in.
I'll
see if it resets. Okay,
I'll do that.
And so, and for those of you that are new, you would know that it would not be a Professor Spira and Brother Air Unleashed if there wasn't technical difficulties. I mean, it just wouldn't be. So, and I'll tell the story of why you're even in your vehicle. So, we were putting everything together, and we was doing things way in advance. You know, it's like, all right, we're gonna try this out, and it's like noon today. You know, like 8 hours ago, we was like, all right, we're gonna be on the ball. We're gonna get everything together, and we was trying to get things going at Brother Air's house, and he's supposed to get 250 megabits per second down and like 50 up. He was getting 1 on his internet. His internet was almost non-existent. It was so slow. And to even find that out, because I didn't know, I was like, is it the video camera? Is it any driver updates, or like what's the problem? And he doesn't, he's a little technically doesn't have the technical things together too much. So I help out with that. And so we were just trying to figure it out. And then I did a speed test, and it was so slow. And so as much as we wanted to have him actually broadcast from his house, and which would have been great, we were like, man, you're going to have to go find some Wi-Fi and do like the old days where he used to drive out. Before he had decent Wi-Fi in the house, or when it was out, he had just drive his vehicle someplace where there was some Wi-Fi and plug into it. And so hopefully we'll that'll reset and everything will be cool on that end, and then we can deal with that delay. But so the year that was 2020, what can we say about that? Well, the first thing that I must take a little credit for was I predicted a lot of that in the videos. So if you look at, there's some videos that I did right after all this stuff happened. And there's that from like that March, April, and May, I was doing all kinds of these videos, and we talked about because basically things that I knew would be relevant to the moment. So the Tuskegee experiments, we talked about the forced sterilization. That ended up coming up, and people looked at me like, oh, wow, I never heard of that. Well, that's not relevant. Then it was in the news like a few weeks later that they're still doing it, and they were doing it to people that were like trying to get in this country for forced sterilization. Just totally insane. Let's see, Brother Air's back. You hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
All right. Yeah. So it sounds like it's cool now. So I was just telling the folks, you know, the year that was 2020, that we kind of gave our piece, and then I got bored with it once we got into June, because I actually predicted that there would be riots. I got a video that went out in April or the end of March, and I said that around June we will have riots. I didn't know what would trigger it, but I said we would have riots, and right on time, that last week of May going into June, we had the riots. And so along the way, we've tried to articulate give some rational thought to the insanity. But at a certain point, I was like, you know what? Let's let that do what it's going to do. And let's focus on them enemas and get this
clear. Shift and cleanse. Shift and cleanse. You dig?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That's been our mantra. What we say, clean that ass out. That's the 2021.
Clean that ass 2021.
Clean that ass. You dig? So that, and I was listening. I wasn't on the meetup.
So you cutting out a little bit. Yeah, Brother Air, you totally froze up. You got to cut out. I don't know if there's a way for you to get closer to the Wi-Fi signal, if there's a spot that's closer to drive to or something like that. Is it started off okay? Now you got kicked off there. But it has been, it's been troubling to see the lack of intellectual curiosity, the lack of rational thinking, the fear. And I guess I speak as somebody who, like I said, saw this coming. We've talked about this kind of stuff. I mean, back in 2005, I remember I watched the documentary on pandemic, on this idea of pandemics that might come and wipe out the world. And so we've been talking about the stuff for a long time. And so it wasn't totally a surprise, but it's like people were so ill prepared for what happened. And when I say what happened, I'm not talking about people dying of flu. There's 50,000 people a day die of heart disease, and 25,000 people a day, according to their metrics and their documents, die of cancers, and you just go down the list. If you put all the respiratory stuff together, that, I don't know why they divide that up into different ones, but if we're going to talk about an epidemic or a pandemic, then we got to talk about heart disease. What is causing heart disease, especially in people who otherwise would not need to suffer and die at the age that they do? Dead animal flesh, dairy products, mucus forming and pus forming foods, the foundation of human illness. If we were serious about a pandemic, about healing, there wouldn't be a mandate to wear masks. There wouldn't be a mandate to stay at home and stay safe. There would be a mandate to ban the slaughterhouses, to ban the dairy farms, to transform the dairy farms into sustainable plant-based farming that can help people heal. And see, I just trying to get Brother Air back on. For some reason, the video's not coming through when I add you back to the room, and I don't know if you can hear me. If you can, see if you can get closer to the Wi-Fi signal. Maybe relocate your vehicle a little bit closer to wherever you're at. But we're not getting you in here. I think you're frozen there. But so that was disheartening for me to see people with just a little bit of fear, and they gave all of their power away, all of their freedoms with no fight, no serious uprisings, no organizations, no, and there was, these little things, but they were so divisive and politicized. And what I did a whole video where I talk about in coalition. If we as a people were actually serious about transforming, removing the injustices, maintaining our freedom, because we had a town hall meeting where we were talking about forced vaccinations back in I think it was March, and we tried to have a serious discussion about what do you do if they show up at your door with a syringe in one hand and a gun in the other? What do you do? and there's very logical, rational, and historically informed things to do. But it's like folks in that fear state couldn't settle long enough to just focus, to get that clarity of thought before move. It was just like, just moving, I'm just going, and then the herd mentality. So everybody said, oh, well, and they just made this stuff up. So they said, okay, 6 feet, got to be six feet away, social distance. Well, why not 5 feet? Why not 7 feet? No, 6. That's the magic number, 6 feet. So walk, to the point where people walking around with like a ruler or something, like, oh, make sure 6 feet. Make sure it's 6 feet. Total insanity. But again, there's the lack of intellectual curiosity to question. Because why? Medical doctors in our society, and I've said this, and I guess it's been, I don't think it's controversial at all, but some people have thought it was controversial. But I said the position that medical scientists have in our society is likened to the position of the Catholic priests back in the Middle Ages, the Renaissance era, the kiss the ring. You can't question. These people are close and have a direct connection with God. You cannot question them. That's how we treat the doctors, the medical. You can't, don't you dare think about a second opinion. They have given their judgment. Their diagnosis is their judgment, and you have been properly judged, and you will do as you are told. You will take what you are told to take. You'll do what you're told to do. And if you ever ask them anything about diet, or I heard about this thing, this fasting stuff, or this diet, they will shut you down so quick. That stuff is malarkey. That stuff is whatever terminology they want to use to get you away from actual healing. And you want to talk about something that is so depraved and against the law of the universe. People that, especially ones that knowingly do this, you knowingly leading people away from allowing them to heal themselves. And in future videos, or I'm working on a webinar. This is going to be in there, but you start getting into the kind of cost where people want to talk about money, and you start looking at, we say, the number one reason for bankruptcy in the United States is medical related. And so all the talk about healthcare, medical related. We don't have the consciousness where it's needed to understand that what you need is fruits and green leafy vegetables. Every hospital should grow their own fruits and vegetables. There should be a juicer in every room. There should be a colonic system, enemas in every room. This pathetic, nasty crap that they serve people that are in sanctuaries of healing is criminal. But what do? They put Wendy's, put McDonald's, put Burger King in the hospitals. Put the foundation of the illness right in close proximity. Serve it to people on a silver platter. That is the bizarro world, but that's where that consciousness, what we're trying to do, that the wake-up call to say, look, this ends now. This ends here. We could transform the hospitals into brilliant sanctuaries of healing with the information that we know. Because I'm not into saying like, oh, we're going to throw it all out. There's some stuff that can be helpful for people that have put themselves in these positions. We've put ourselves in terrible position. A terrible, terrible position through generations and generations of improper eating. in living, we've weakened ourselves to the point where where people can catch a cold and it's fatal. People can go outside, get a little cold air on them, get cold and flu-like symptoms, and die. That's never supposed to happen and cannot happen in a body that is not constipated and encumbered with waste. So this, for me, is the most important message, the most important information that's out here. This is what we have to be doing. This is what it's all about. Transition, transform your physiology. Transform your physiology and pursue physiological liberation. That's where it's at. But as long as, you know, we're in here, these negative forces, we got you get the mask, force the mask on you and do all this kind of stuff. And I wish Brother Air wish we could get him back on here. I don't know if you can hear this, Brother Air. Try to get closer to some Wi-Fi. If you have to get out your vehicle and walk up to the door or something and sit down, but you're not connecting in because the signal's not strong enough. But so that's what's going on. It's definitely time for the serious revolution, and this revolution is not about it's not about storming the Capitol. It's not about storming the city hall and breaking in and looting the Capitol. It's about getting yourself together physiologically, and the consciousness that comes through that and from that is the consciousness that will transform this planet and bring us back to a more natural existence that is sustainable. Because this thing that's out here right now, it's not sustainable. It's a flash in the pan. This reality is not normal. It's not natural. And we all grew up in it. We were all oriented to it, but it is what it is. And so let's see, Brother Air is gonna call here. What's going on, Brother Air? I was trying to tell you, you got to get closer to the Wi-Fi. Like somehow either like drive right in front of the place or get out of the vehicle and go sit in front of the door or something. Like you just got to get a lot closer to the Wi-Fi. All right, so you got the message. So let's see. Let me take a look at some of the comments here, and I appreciate everybody tuning in. This is always a good time here. What's going on, Carlo? Looking good, Spira. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Carlo. Appreciate you. And you've been coming every Wednesday to the meetups. Every Wednesday at 8:00 p.m. we have the Mucus-free meetup. Community coming together, people talking about what they're eating, what they're going through, social dynamics, relationship dynamics, trying to help people heal. Deep philosophical conversations about, talking about the giants and immortality and real heavy spiritual things. I mean, we go everywhere and all through that. So if you're interested in that, sign up for our newsletter in our Insiders Club. Links down below. And when you do, you get a free gift. Get several free gifts, in fact. Get 3 downloadable PDFs. And not to get you started, but you want to get on that on our mailing list, most definitely. And Mike says, I think we have nothing to worry about. The world could end, but we have the gift of air. And that's a consciousness that only we really are bringing to the table when you're talking about air, and air being premium. Air, and you say vitality was power minus obstruction, was created by Professor Arnold Ehret. And this is the formula of life. But what does that mean? If you were to compare it to anything, let's just talk about a car engine. what would happen to your car engine if you took a bunch of lard, fat, and oil, and instead of putting it being gasoline, you put that in there? Like, let me run my car on lard. How far do you think your vehicle is going to go? It's not going to go very far. Obstruction. Our bodies are air gas engines. As soon as the oxygen cannot be freely distributed as it's supposed to be, you're over. That's the end of that story. You die. You can go several days without food. Everybody knows that. You can't go 5 minutes more or less without air. And so air is what it's all about. It's premium in our world. So we have a discussion of elimination. We talk in terms of elimination instead of nutrition. The concept of nutrition has been co-opted and been totally, the marketers have gotten hold of it, and just it's been totally bastardized. And so we say, look, this thing is about elimination. This is about eliminating the excess waste and getting your body to a point where it does it automatically and filters it out. But because we've lived so long in a manner that obstruction and waste is continually added to the organism, that we don't have the opportunity to do this kind of elimination, the perpetual elimination. Because if you look at your body, from your skin to most of your organs, everything in your body, there is an elimination process that is occurring. You breathe in and out, you're eliminating waste out of your skin constantly. Urination, the bowel movements. We got to eliminate or we die. But for whatever reason, that becomes something that is ignored. That's not looked at, not taken seriously. And Steve says, flush that poop emoji out. Yeah, heal the constipation. Most definitely. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And I don't trust anyone with intestinal bloating. Well, like I say often, think about a joint session of Congress. How many pounds of uneliminated fecal matter are in there that are making decisions that control and affect your life? We have constipated people that have 15 to 20 pounds of uneliminated fecal matter in their intestines that are calling the shots. How insane is that? You can't have a rational thought and a clear thought and an empathetic feeling when you are that constipated. And so, of course, greed is going to rule the day. Of course, filthiness, and of course it's going to be like that. It has to be like that. And it is a reflection of the people. As the people start to change in mass, then political systems will change. Political people, the people that are there, will change. But over and above that, the system is going to change. And let's see, Brother Air is calling back again. Hey, what's going on? I got you on speaker. They might be able to hear you.
Hey, man, I was saying that let's reschedule, and I'll come up tomorrow.
Oh, you want to? Well, I might be. I don't know if I could do it tomorrow. So if we was gonna reschedule, we might have to do we would have to do a whole thing. But I was saying, we still rolling. There's a bunch of people still on here. Just try to get closer to some Wi-Fi, or go to a different store or something.
I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's going on, man.
Well, I'm saying you got to relocate. Just go somewhere else. Don't try to stay in the same place.
Okay, well, I'll do that, but I'm not going to be running around here trying to, I don't know too many other places, so.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, yeah, just if anything, maybe restart the computer. just get, like I said, if you just get closer to, if you just somehow, I don't know how close you are to the front, you know, but just try to get a little closer to the source.
I'm right here at the front.
Okay.
Do you want to turn on filter key?
Yeah. So all right. Well, yeah. So just restart the device and try again, and we'll see if we'll see if we can get it, and if not, then we'll keep it rolling here, or bring you on here to do it like this, you know, the old school.
I'll try something.
All right. Like I said, it don't get no more classic than this. This is the classic. This is the classic Unleashed, where we just have all kinds of issues. So what I'm going to do, I want to talk about something that really, really bothered me. And let me bring it up here. So let's see. So I'd seen this video. Give me a moment to see if I can find this. Okay, here we go. So I went to school in a suburb of Cincinnati, Ohio, and I came across this video. So these are the new procedures, and so to preface this kind of shocked me. It shouldn't have, but there is to a degree where I keep informed of what's going on, but I also filter out a lot of the negative vibrations and energy. And so there's a lot of, I'm kind of living my own little world that is very peaceful and tranquil, sort of outside. I have to come here and give voice to, the ancestors saying, or, there's a message. And so sometimes we gotta, that message has to come hard. But in my day-to-day life, I gotta be in peace. So I don't see all this all the time. But man, this is something here. So this is daily procedures at an elementary school. And we already said that the schools, the way they're built, the way they function, public school system and the private, are basically like prisons. And they use some of the schools use some of the same and prisons use some of the same plans, architectural plans. And so I used to say that, and I complained about how the education system was, that kind of stuff. I'm not going to complain anymore. I'm not going to complain anymore. Just watch this.
Students will enter through their assigned door, either the front or back, staying to the right at all times, keeping 4 squares in between. Students will then collect breakfast and go directly to homeroom.
Good morning, Jenny Garden. Could you please take some sanitizer? Take your milk.
Now can we get a moment of silence for take your milk? They're still serving milk to children in schools. Isn't that common knowledge yet? It's 2021, and it's not common knowledge that giving homogenized cow excretion to something other than a 120-pound baby calf, don't we yet know that that's mucus forming, disease forming? But that's still the modus operandi. Why? And that's a whole history that we'd had to get into to understand why we are where we are. But that still gets to me. Take your, so get your hand sanitizer, take your pus, take your carton of pus, and make sure you got your mask on. Don't be too close to anybody. So let's keep watching it.
go your breakfast. And
There you go. Let's see. Oh, for our snacks, let's take a look. Yeah, we have, see, we got Cheez-Its and all kinds of stuff, and they're just giving this breakfast, whatever little bag of who knows what's in there. Looks like that's some cereal, and I guess you got your milk, chocolate milk for breakfast. Well, there you go. And I guess I should say, it kind of goes without saying that we don't agree with, like I said, the pandemic, the pusdemic kind of concept. And I don't even want to get into all that to break it down. We've done that in other videos. We break down the death. The death, pus and mucus eating, the foundation of that. You want to make yourself vulnerable. You want to make yourself incredibly non-immune to anything. Cleanliness is immunity. Cleanliness. Having a clean inside, when there's no filth, when there's nothing for these little critters to attach themselves to on your inside, then you can't, then what's you can't get sick, not from them. Or if you do, it's not fatal. So that's the thing. There's a lot of people that get sick every day that die when they didn't have to, because their bodies, because they didn't know any better. I mean, look at these scenarios. You have people that have eaten poorly, pus and mucus forming foods for years and decades, and their bodies have gotten to a point, so yeah, when they were in high school, when they were in their 20s, they were going to the gym. They were doing their mile runs. They thought they were healthy. They might have been skinny and looked good. But then all of a sudden there's that breaking point when the pus has its way. And because of the vicious manner with which we go against the natural laws, there's often no turning back. You get stroke, you can't, and sometimes it's hard, you can't come back from that sometimes. It's heart attacks, you can't come back from that. And so we have to develop the consciousness and the understanding to see that. It's hard to sell preventative measures to people. And, when you're dealing with marketing, we'll help you prevent heart disease. No one's scared of that. Sell to somebody that already has heart disease. Sell to somebody that already has sugar metabolism issues or diabetes. That's what the marketers do. That's how they function. But we have to start en masse really thinking in terms of preventative. And because people are getting so sick so young and so early and so unnecessarily, we are hopefully going to transition into this era of the preventative mindset and consciousness and understanding, and we can get rid of these folks that want to give your children milk. Even they know that milk causes mucus and phlegm, and when you're over the age of 2, the body can't deal with lactose. Even the lactose that you would get from human mother's milk. All right, so and this video is just getting started. This ain't even that bad yet.
You take some sanitizer, take your milk, and then your breakfast, and you can just go down. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
My students, come on in, grab some hand sanitizer, and then go to the breakfast station to give you further instructions.
I mean, this I don't know how many of you watch the prison documentaries, and there's different levels and types of prisons. This is one of them. This is a level where everybody, single file line, you're told you go here now, put your hands behind your back, or at your sides, that kind of thing. I see Brother Air's back. See if he
When she gets done with her hand sanitizer, you can go grab breakfast. Just wait right here.
Good morning. Good morning. Take one breakfast, get your milk. If you are first or second, go around the corner. Everyone else upstairs.
Right here.
Thank you. Have a great day.
have a great day.
When in the hallway, students need to have four
what is
squares
this
between
doing
the
to the
person in
kids?
front of
This
them
is
and maintain assigned order when moving.
This.
Line up quietly. Remember that you need to keep at least 4 blocks in between you as you're walking down the hallway. Let's go, please. Remember that we're doing a good job of keeping 3 steps in between us as we walk down the steps. Nice job.
When going to the bathroom, students will be assigned a square, a stall number, and a sink. Students will enter one at a time, and when finished, will return to their assigned square.
Thank you, friends, for keeping your hands to yourself. It's now time for our restroom break. I'm going to call you individually and tell you what number stall to go into. Once you come out of the restroom from washing your hands, you are to return to your original square. Everybody understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. First person, Kathleen, stall number 1, please. Carolyn, stall number 2, please.
Yeah, I mean, we always, people like to throw around 1984 and Brave New World and, all of the great dystopian novels of past generations. And we're living in our own dystopian novel. But it's not a novel, it's a reality. And it's happening right before our eyes. And is there anybody else that sees this? There's no outrage. There's no befuddlement. It's a very small group of us that even see what is happening, that feel some kind of way about this. People are going along with this like this is as they say, the new normal. What is wrong? But that is the kind of exhaustion. When you're constipated, you're exhausted, you can't think. Exhaustion. Man, he just looks depressed. Just the body language is just, even the actors look depressed. Like this is like I'm glad I'm not one of these kids is gonna be doing it. And I got loved ones, and I got a bunch of friends, a bunch of loved ones that work right in here, that's in public school systems, that's dealing with this, that's inside of this, and it just really hurts my heart to see this. I would have not have been able to. Man, I just do not know what I either wouldn't have dealt with it, or this is going to create a whole different type of person, just a whole different orientation, a very docile children. And there was a meme that I think I scheduled it for a couple of days. It's going to come out here soon, but it had kids that grew up in the 90s, and it had this picture of this big kind of muscle animal thing, and kids that grow up today, and it was like down, like messing, like, mommy, can I get my iPad? Batteries are broken, and the kids in the 90s, and it said something like, we went out and saw a bunch of dead rats and dogs, and was out playing and getting bloody and getting into fights or whatever, whatever it's there. And I can attest to that, because it was like, the kind of physical activity, because it was pre-cell phone, at least the wide use of cell phone, pre-internet, at least the wide use of it. That was still when, it took like 5 minutes for a full image to come in on the screen. Those were the days. I'm gonna start sounding like the old. I'm getting in that age, I guess now. I'm gonna be, but I've talked like that since I was young. So, but I'm just so thankful that I was able to experience the pre-cell phone era, and pre-internet. I have that in my body. I know what that feels like. I know the kind of freedom that it feels like to not be tied to a phone where people expect you to, message right away and get back with this kind of stuff. The good old fashioned, and I'm talking the cassette tape machines. Yeah, that was, that's those were some good times. Certainly not this. I mean, we would have rebelled on this so hard, and I guess there'll be kids that rebel, but man, I don't see the fervor that we would have had. They wouldn't have been able to do this with us.
Turning back to your original square. Good job.
Good job.
When going to lunch, students will listen for instructions, picking up their lunch from the table, entering the cafeteria, and then follow.
I mean, and that sounds so languid. Even just the way it's just like everything it's about that, that robotic kind of thing. Now, and I will say, there's somebody from the school district. I'm not attacking Lincoln Heights Elementary or Princeton City Schools. I just found your video. I'm sure there's a bunch of these that's all over at all kinds of places. And this was the first one I saw. So I'm doing a critique of it. But I still, I guess I'm happy that I was at the school that I was at, just in terms of what I had access to, music program, that kind of stuff. I had a good, as good of an experience as compared to a lot of other people. As I grew up, I started to see the kind of situations that other people's schooling was in. I had some gratitude. So I will say that, just in case anybody they see that I've used a little bit of this, so they come and watch this video. I got gratitude, and there's some of the teachers that are still there at the school. So I appreciate you guys. But this is rough.
Follow the arrows and sit at their assigned seat.
Good afternoon. If you will come and get you some sanitizer first, and as you get your sanitizer, then you walk over here to the table, pick up your lunch.
But what are they eating?
Once you have your lunch, please pick up one milk.
Because what I'm saying, just pick up one milk. They probably have, probably have some kind of thing of some basketball player with a fake glue milk mustache talking about got milk, or The Rock or something in there, like, got milk. They don't even have a chance. The kids don't even have a chance with that level of propaganda, that level of idiocy. History is not going to look back well on this, and the karma, the karma gods are not going to look well upon this time period. It's totally insane. So folks are in physiological conditions, and there are even school districts that have went 100% plant-based, and this was even in the early 2000s, 100% plant-based in schools that had been unruly, with unruly children. They went plant-based, and the behavior of the children changed. The behavior of the children changed. From what? From changing their diet. No one else talks about behavior and diet the way we do. Everybody's so fixated on nutrition. Did you get enough of this? Did you get enough of that? Did you get enough calories? Did you get enough of the good fats? And where's your gut bacteria? And this and that. None of that makes any difference when you're drinking pus and eating mucus.
And proceed to your seat.
Man, this is so uncomfortable. I appreciate y'all like sitting here being moral support for me as I watch this. And we can support each other because this is rough.
When going to recess from lunch, students will wait to be dismissed, throw away their trash, and exit the building. Students will be led in activities by staff members and will line up by grade level when recess is over.
All right, it's time for recess. For you to dump your trash and go off. This Kete. Miss Tucker. Green light. Red light. Green light.
Oh no, ooh, no, ooh. Staff will lead outdoor activities at recess. Ooh, no. Ooh, I would have hated that. Oh, I couldn't have did this.
6 feet apart. Everyone has their mask on.
Oh no, you already had it's called physical education. Do they still have that? You already got that.
Students will listen for the announcements. When called, students will follow hallway procedures, maintaining 4 squares in between and staying on the right side of the hallway. Car riders will report to the gym and listen for instructions. Bus riders will report to the front hallway and listen for instructions. Walkers will be escorted to the front when the bus riders are clear.
Good afternoon, staff and students. It's time for dismissal. Car riders are now dismissed.
So these aren't the real students. These are actors because this is a procedural video. I know a couple people mentioned that.
Come on in, guys. I hope you had a great day.
I mean, these are like, yeah, these are teachers and maybe high schoolers or assistants and stuff. This is isn't the kids, but they'll force the kids to watch this.
Caleb. Good job. Good job sitting behind your grade level tones, guys. All right, great job. Stinson family, come on. Walk out quickly and quietly to your car. Have a good evening, baby. My friends, you know, love you. All right. Top family, you're right here.
We are now ready for bus dismissal. If you ride bus number 18, bus 18 is ready for dismissal.
Friends, please stand at your assigned bus number. Your assigned bus number.
All right, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can watch anymore. I think we got the picture. Wow. America, the nursing home. Yeah, I mean, we're all on the grid. You know, we're all being kept on life support, but this is just a whole other level. Just creepy. You know, just so creepy. And I encourage everybody, if you haven't read it in a while or if you've never read it ever before, read Brave New World, which was my favorite. That was my personal favorite of the dystopian novels, Brave New World. I identified with that dystopia quite a bit. Then of course, you got the 1984, you know, the George Orwell classic. But take the time. I mean, hey, if you got to stay at home and stay safe, then stay educated and read some of those classic books because it's in there. The information is in there. It's supposed to be the cautionary tale. So it's a lot of good that those books are doing us right now that foretold of this moment. And you know, people don't know. They're just going right along, going right along with the with the insanity. And Elizabeth said the school system just turned teachers into prison guards. Yeah, I mean that's what it is. And you know what? So another thing, since we're keeping in the spirit of hardcore, now that we got this warmed up, I saw this today on Instagram, and I'll say if you want to follow me on Instagram, prof.spira. Come out with new content every day. Been putting out a lot of stuff recently, trying to get things rolling. And but I saw this video. So there's going to be some disturbing imagery here. I'm gonna just let you know. Sometimes I surprise you and you don't even see it coming. I'm going to warn you. This is disturbing imagery of abuse, of murder. And so just be warned of that. But if you eat dead animal flesh and you drink the dairy, then you should feel comfortable. You should not have a negative reaction or response to what I'm about to show. And if you do, then I encourage you to reflect on why you feel that what you're about to witness is not natural. Self-reflection and contemplation. Long lost art forms that should be taught in every one of these schools. And there's some more progressive schooling systems around the world that teach the kids meditation, get them into the breath work, get them into the yoga, get them into the contemplation, get them into teaching them how to grow fruits and vegetables. A real education. There are some programs, but there's only a few around the world, and they haven't yet become models for everybody. But that's contemplation, meditation, looking inward, being connected to yourself, not connected to fake images on a screen with fake people that put fake things all over their inside their body and outside their body and just fake. It's this perpetuation of fakeness all over the place. So when somebody gets exposed to something that's a little real, you know, they don't even know what to do with it. Like, what is that? I don't have a file for that in my orientation. What are you? What is this? They can't comprehend. And I've told that story before where this guy was trying to sell me, came knocking on my door, and he was trying to sell me a bunch of meat. He's like, well, I got a great deal, and it was like a steal. So, you know, where if I was into it, then that'd have been a great price for all this meat that he was wanting. He just came to my door knocking like, I got this meat in the back of this truck, some kind of filet mignon or porterhouse, I don't know what it was. And I just said, no, thank you. And he was like, no, you don't understand. This is really, I was like, well, I don't eat that animal flesh. So I appreciate it. But I try to be kind, you know, so I appreciate it. And, but no, thank you. And he still couldn't get, he was like, well, wait a minute. So what are you, one of them vegans, or you don't eat meat? Well, what about fish? And I'm like, well, no, I don't eat that either. Well, then of course, what do you, everybody say it with me. What did he say next? How do you get your protein? And this is where I said, well, you know, I don't believe in the protein theory. And then he looked super confused. And then I'm like, well, you know, I don't ascribe to the Francois Magendie and Mulder theorem of the protein concept. With pro meaning first, teen meaning principle, and the dogs that were slaughtered to arrive at that theory, I don't agree with it. Now, right there, this dude's mind literally seemed to explode. Like his eyes crossed. He crossed his eyes. He slapped his forehead, and it was like he was in shock. Then he looked at me, And he was like, okay, thank you. He turned and ran away from my front door. So this is the, the level of consciousness that we're talking about here. And when dealing with the outside world, dealing with people trying to explain this thing, I'm always super, not all people that call themselves vegan are super polite. And, I don't want the drama, and I don't need the negative energy. So I'm just like, hey, look, because if you need this information and you're ready for this information, you're going to find me. You're going to find us. And so it's like, I don't get in them debates. Back in the day when I was first getting into the diet, I used to get in these debates with people, and try to get into this, that kind of thing. And then you get that negative energy and you're trying to prove something. And it's like a stimulation thing. And, I got to the point where I'm like, I don't want none of that. I don't have no interest. If you don't want to believe nothing, hey, knock yourself out, enjoy yourself, just stay over there whenever the typhoon comes through to take you out, I don't want to be anywhere near. So anyway, without further ado, this video that I was going to show. So again, viewer discretion is advised. And like I said, if you eat meat and you're bothered by this, then contemplate tonight and ask yourself, why does this make me uncomfortable? If you believe that, it shouldn't. So if you can watch that, and you can live with yourself, you can feel good, you can say this is natural. It's natural for humans to eat dead animal flesh, which even the powers that be have studies that link heart disease and other human illnesses to eating of dead animal flesh. You can't have it both ways. There is no paradox here. They think there is one. There's no paradox here. They're promoting the foods that cause human illness and levels of degeneration that humanity has never, ever seen. You think you're going to be able to have a peaceful, fun life when this is in your karma. And we all have it. No one ate worse than me. I come to you as somebody that was a glutton of all gluttons. I could care less. And I didn't develop the empathy because I could have, before I started practicing the Mucusless diet, I could watch this and feel nothing and say, like, because the consciousness wasn't there. And I know that that's the thing that a lot of the ethical vegans, they, because there's that tradition, and they come and say, you got to put this in everybody's face. That's not going to work for people that are too constipated. There is no empathy. There is a sliding scale of psychopathy. We're all psychopaths to a certain extent, or we couldn't really even survive in this you know, and for the people that are really empathetic, that really feel, they have a hard time here unless they can surround themselves with loving and kind people. And then hopefully those are loving and kind people. It's very hard for them to deal with this reality. If they are meat eaters, they try to ignore it. So why don't they put this on the cover? That when you go to the store, why isn't this on the cover? I don't see that for some reason. Let me see. None of the covers. And no, there's pastures, and there's a bunch of, they always do these. I got to find one of these, the dairy. They always have this kind of stuff, this little stuff, you know, on the front, or stuff that looks like this. Yeah. Oh, down on the farm, you know, it's all wholesome. Look at how happy that cow is. That cow right here is privileged to is privileged to excrete this milk that's meant for her baby, so that you may live lavish and enjoy and survive. And so we would like to thank this lowly cow. Do you see? So for people that are just now waking up, welcome. You know, you get a good stretch in. But it's been bizarro for a long time. It's been very bizarre. Grass milk. And then, because they always have to create that caveat and say, well, we have, we allow our animals to run around a little bit. They get a little bit more exercise. How do we know? Are there public video cameras that watch the whole thing? This stuff happens behind closed doors. They say what they want. There's no real regulation over any of this kind of stuff. The regulation they have are laws that will put people in prison if they do a political act and go in and film inside of the slaughterhouses. So if you want to buy into this reality, let me see. There was when I was down, drove by some beef farms down, or like just beef processing places, and they had these propaganda. I'm trying to remember what it said. It was like beef. Oh, I mean, it was the old is the beef. It's what's for dinner. But they had these big signs that was like beef something. I forget what it said, but it was the crazy propaganda. It was just kind of, above all else, it's beef. It's what's for dinner. Why do they have to have this effort? These efforts to push this? Because when you wake up, if you get a 1-year-old or a 2-year-old child, put this little seared piece of rotting carcass on a plate, and on another plate, put some grapes. Even if the baby doesn't want to eat it, which one does it want to touch? Does it want to touch? Hey, maybe there are some babies that want to mess with the meat. Most of the ones I know, they would be fascinated by this. Why? This is us. This is our reality. The fruit. This is human food, not that. Fruit, it's what's for lunch and dinner. Not dead You know, it don't never look like that. They mess around with it. And this is pretty apt, I would say. You know, United States of pus. And then then now they have these campaigns where they are basically not trying to go against the vegan and the raw foods, and just because the movement is real, and they're trying to find ways to get it off course as much as they can. And so here, you know, nicely done beef. You're a superfood that's actually super tasty. You know, so of course, superfood was a manufactured, there's no such thing as a superfood, but it was a manufactured concept that marketers put together. And so nice, you know, so here they go. They're being clever. They're being real clever. You're on a breakaway for taste and nutrition. That's a pretty lame one. There's one of these that was like, the impossible, yeah, where they substituting your taste is beyond impossible. You see how clever that is? They got the Beyond Burgers and the Impossible Burgers. They got it in there because Beyond and Impossible is starting to get so popular. You know, not that I promote all, you know, that's a whole other discussion. We talk about the use of things for transitional purposes. I won't get into that at the moment, in terms of, you know, we don't just blindly eat everything that's vegan or plant-based isn't good to us. You know, Oreos are not something that you want to be eating all the time just because they're vegan. So, but that's another discussion that we've had before, and we will have again. But nicely done beef. You've proven that meat substitutes are just that, substitutes. You know, so they're feeling it. They're feeling that people are getting away, and when it starts to really happen on a large scale, they're gonna. You know how when an insect is dying, you know, and you get some of those, like a roach or something, it's on its back, and it's that last kick. It's kicking. It's like right, and then it's done. Be ready. Be ready for that. The meat and the dairy industry is going to be kicking here, and then all of a sudden it's going to be over. That's going to be the end of that era, because it has to be. The pus and mucus era has to end. It has to end because it's not sustainable. We have created this reality that's so unnatural, that destroys our own environment, destroys the air that we breathe and the water that we're drinking. How insane is that? Totally ridiculous. We've conditioned ourselves to say, well, that's just the cost of doing business. That's just progress. That's just constipation. That's all that is. That ain't progress. That's constipation. And so, you know, the kind of infrastructure, the kind of organization, the kind of systems that are needed to prop this up, to keep this going, is fueled by this. It's fueled by that carcass. And the consciousness and the concepts that come out of that is going to be based on the carcass. So, what's this? I have 100 or 200 cookbooks, but I will always make a recipe my own. I don't know. She's probably famous or something. So, you know, we got to start waking up. And for me, it's important to make that connection with health. And this is the discussions amongst vegans and the plant-based, you know, the ethical. Do you lead with the animal slaughter and the suffering and the enslavement, the animalism? Do you lead with that to try to get people, or do you lead with the health? I mean, it depends on the person. I think, in my opinion, in terms of the majority of people, there's a lot of people that can't feel. You study, I know they just came out with another documentary that I haven't watched it yet on Netflix of a serial killer. Study psychopaths, like watch those documentaries, study that. And if you're somebody that you can't, if you can't understand what it is not to feel empathy for others, if you can't conceive of that, then it is hard for you to understand why that will never work, going only from that route and not focusing on the cleaning up, the health part. Because what I found is, as you clean yourself up, because nobody came to me, there was no influence until I brought it in and consciousness of the pain of the animals. It didn't click in until I'd been cleaning myself out. And I was getting these poisons out of my system to the point where I no longer craved the dead animal flesh and the pus. Like once you get the poisons out of your system and you no longer crave it, then that's the end of that. It's not like, but what does happen with some of our brothers and sisters and some of the plant and the raw foodist communities and aspiring to become fruitarians or raw, is that they end up skipping over what we call the transition diet, or what Arnold Ehret called the transition diet, and a whole transition methodology. And so they don't give their bodies a chance to evolve and transform to the point where it becomes impossible to go back to those foods, to go back to the foods that cause your pain and suffering and illness. That's the difference. Transition, transform your physiology. And let's see. So for me, that's the thing is, and that was a real experience. It was maybe like, I want to say months. It was several months into, I might have mentioned it in Spira Speaks, but yeah, I'll give a plug for Spira Speaks. It's a lifestyle book, but there's a bunch of case studies in here of people's real transitions and my details about my transition, along with some philosophy, my poetry. It's just a unique type of book, but I took a lot of inspiration from the Socratic dialogues and that model as a way to learn, as a way to see real conversations back and forth, and understand, that's just such a powerful way to learn. But it took me months before I was clean enough to have that empathy to where I took it upon myself. Like I was real close to never eating meat again. And I watched and this was in the early days of being able to download stuff online. And so the only thing that was available was, I found this thing on LimeWire, one of the download sites from back then, called Meet Your Meat, that was made by PETA. And it was just this little grainy video, and you can find it, I think, to this day now of course on YouTube. Everything's archived. But back then I didn't really know. And I was fasting. I was like, I think a couple weeks into a fast. And again, I got a bunch of videos on fasting. I don't promote long-term fasting. Read the Mucusless Diet, read Rational Fasting if you're interested in that level of healing, the omnipotent healing modality for humans. But I was into a longer fast, and I consciously was like, okay, I think that I can put myself consciously in a position to never eat that again if I saw some of that, because I'd never really seen it before. I mean, I've seen little bits and pieces there, but like I said, I didn't feel it. It didn't do anything for me. So I downloaded this Meet Your Meat, and I watched it, and it just got me. It was like all of that pain. All of a sudden, I felt it. I felt that pain that was still in my system, because and and of course, you know, if you do eat meat, you know that for all the people that are getting panic attacks and the depressions and the diabetes and the blah blah blah, and the meat is connected right into that. And when these animals die, all those hormones the fear hormones that they emit, that goes into the tissue system, that you get a nice little serving of that. Because that's another thing that I don't talk about, but I used to have terrible anxiety as a teenager before practicing the mucusless diet. But then there wasn't really this. That was really before people talked about. Now it's out there, and I probably would have said something to a doctor, and they would have prescribed some kind of drugs. So they just hand them out like candy to everybody now. But like those really scary drugs. I mean, it's one thing. I mean, the stuff I took was scary enough, all the allergy medication. But when you start getting into these psychological stuff that's messing with your hormones and all this stuff, those can be tough cases in terms of transition. And if you are someone that has dealt with that in your past, you got to be careful and transition properly, really transition gently is what my recommendation would be, and work with somebody if you can, because those can be some cases. But that instead of, you go to the doctor and it's like, oh, I got bad anxiety, I'm having I can't breathe, I got mucus in my lungs, or I got, whatever the issue is, it's generally not, okay, well, stop eating dairy and meat. Maybe they'll say avoid dairy, that maybe don't drink pop, but it's not standard operating procedure. And some of them, they can get sued. I think even if they want, I mean, that's the kind of system we have. Even if there is a conscious medical doctor that wants to share that kind of opinion with you, if they do want to do that, they got to create a private membership association and have you join that and have a whole other structure in place. They can't do it in the standardized spaces and systems. And we got so much work to do. When you look at what we've done, we messed up, and we got to pay the price. We pay the reparations. And so having that in your consciousness, it makes it a little, you come from that position of understanding the struggle. So sometimes we bring in the legacy of civil rights, Black Power movements, and we're very much embedded in that, and we feel like we pick up where that left off, because that could only go so far without a transformation of the dietary. You can't be, as we say, you can't complain about your oppressor when you live and eat just like them. I'm going to say it again so that we can have clarity today. You can't complain about your oppressor when you eat and live just like them. I think I'm going to say that one more time, because I think you heard me, but you're not listening. You can't complain about your oppressors when you eat and live like they oh man do. You can't complain about your oppressor 32 feet of impacted intestines with a finger on the proverbial button that has the power to wipe off life on this planet as we know it. Was that invented by somebody that ate these and lived off of this? Or was that invented by people that ate that? And that. And that. And that. I think you get my point. When you start to transition and transform your physiology and you start to see how your behavior is so enmeshed, because there will be a lot of people that say, well, look, I eat these things and I don't kill people. I'm not greedy. I'm a good person. And I'm not saying that you're not. There are a lot of good people that are alcoholics, that get addicted to any number of drugs. These were good people until they got taken in by the drug. And no one, and oftentimes they're in an environment where they were able to be supported, and the addiction was supported. You pat you on the back. You eat this pus, somebody pat you on the back. You're a good American. Good job. You know, you represent us. Eat that pus. You know, the president of, like I said, the United States of pus. It's what it's all about. You go up here talking about, oh, we're gonna. I mean, what? Well, Michelle Obama put a garden in, and people were mad about that. It's like the best thing that anybody's probably ever did in any of these. They put a garden in, and didn't Trump get rid of it? Did he bulldoze it down? Like get that out of here. Get that. Don't grow nothing here. He have his own little slaughterhouse. He put a little slaughterhouse over there. We want it fresh, same day. Bring that in same day. I don't want it for more than 50 yards away. I mean, that's that pus mentality. That's how that works. People out here talking about we're gonna wage a revolution. We're gonna uprise. You ain't gonna do nothing. Oh, this is rough. This is this one's kind of rough. You ain't doing nothing. You still eating just pus all day, every day, as much as you want, as much as you can handle, all day. Oh, what in the world? All day, every day. And people don't, talk about people. And when people get into the conspiracies, a lot of them, I'm like, look, if these folks knew what we know, somebody that had the money, the power, and the access of a Ronald Reagan would have never lived the last 15 years of their life in the manner that he did, in the just suffering because if you know what we know and you take action on it, is going to give you the best opportunity to prevent that type of ending. How do you want it to end? Because it doesn't have to end the way that you've been programmed that it has to. We don't have to go out like that. We don't have to go out like that. And so, now Brother Air, if he was here, he'd come in, he'd may probably start getting into discussion of the immortality. I tend to wait a little bit on that. Say it's how ready people are for those discussions, because we can't even have discussions about generational transformation yet. People don't even understand that. People think that they can do it all in one. I mean, people think they can do it all in 1 year or 2 years, much less a lifetime. I'm saying dig in. Let's transform the family structure, the children, and then children's children and children's children's children. Now we can talk about the eradication of human illness as we know it. And it ain't going to happen with you doing a 40-day water fast and trying to do a 60-day cleanse. And that, of course, I promote the Mucusless Diet Healing System as opposed to just a bunch of ad hoc cleanses and real intensive, fasting procedures and stuff. We, read, like I said, read those books for our opinions on that. But that's the transformation. It's not going to happen like this. It's not happening in this reality. When we say that, the world revolves around pus and mucus, this is a death culture, death-based society based on pus and mucus eating. And we say that, and people are just, so I don't think you really understand what I'm saying. Like every decision, there's a reason why our structures are so inadequate. They're designed to have poverty as a part of them. There's not eradicating poverty in our systems that, and I don't care where you are and what you think it is, they're all doomed to fail when pus and mucus is at the helm. So I don't care which philosopher you get into, we can use all the fancy words and throw out all the words, all the communisms and socialisms and democracyisms and this and that and the economic systems and political systems. We can go down all those rabbit holes and it won't make one bit of matter until the pus and the mucus is out of the equation. Then we can go back and we can reanalyze the political and economic systems and structures, and we can have reasonable and rational conversations about putting something together that can stand the test of time, that can be a transitional government kind of system, a transitional economic system. And I will bring to the table that it's going to have to be transitional. We're not going to be able to go full egalitarianism as some people think and some people promote. It's not going to work, because you got to deal with where people are at in terms of their consciousness and their education. That's why when there's so many, and there's case studies after case study of communes and little nations and groups of people that have went to and tried to do things and be real progressive or have some kind of real slick political ideology and create their little documents, and they fell apart, oft sometimes very ugly, fell apart because natural laws were not being adhered to. Pus and mucus was the order of the day. And so until you can look at these, all these images of all the leaders, until you can look, and Clinton, he how many heart attacks did he have? And then he was like, well, I'm gonna be plant-based for a few years. He was just to live a little longer. I think he might have went back to meat, but he's like, I'm either gonna die now or let me eat plant-based and live a little bit longer. Even he had enough to like, hey, what are you going to choose? Live a little bit longer, or die in utter pain? I mean, the choice is yours now because of the work of people like Professor Arnold Ehret, my friend Brother Air, and Dr. Robert Morris, and all the other people. I can just start naming all the folks. And those of us that's doing this work, that's out here, I saw Steve on here, Steve Prusek, Juice Guru, and there's a lot of us that's trying to do this work in terms of just raising consciousness, getting people to think differently and understand that this is not normal. Who eats white bread still? Is that people still eat that? People still eat white bread? Wow. You know, so this is the epidemic. So every time you see somebody wearing a mask, I want you to think of this. I want you to think of the real cause of death, pain, unnecessary pain. That's why I get passionate about this, because I don't like unnecessary pain and suffering. There's going to be pain and suffering because we have done a job and we have plenty of karma to deal with. Or plenty, if you don't like the word karma, then we can say cause and effect. Because you and your ancestors lived a life outside of the bounds of natural laws, there's reparations to pay. And there are going to be casualties. No one's sitting up here talking about it's all going to be rainbows and roses and fun. But until we get on that path, you don't have that choice. What I try to offer is a choice to check something else out, to consider a different option, a different direction that maybe doesn't end in decrepitude, because that's not normal anyway. The kind of aging process. We age. We're gonna age, but you can do so gracefully, and you can do so with much less pain. I couldn't imagine if I hadn't changed my diet, the pain that I would have in my knees and in my back, because at the age of 18, I could barely open my hand because it had what would have definitely become arthritis. Because for 6 years I played football and I had a bunch of my weight down on my front hand, and I could barely. This was so. And it took years of practicing the Mucusless diet with long-term fasting to get this to where I haven't had pain in my hand in years. But like I said, this wasn't overnight. I mean, literally, my hand super swollen, painful all the time. We live with so much pain; it's just normalized. The inflammation up here in our head, like, oh, well, we got a little allergy, get pain in your hand, lower back. Well, I'm just getting old. The possibilities, like if you've already given up and you just said, well, that is what it is. But I'm saying that it doesn't have to be that way. There's another option. And everything that you need to deal with that is in the produce section. And that's what it is. And to end out this little section, we gotta look at the classic, like, all right. And that's they're all good. How about a little hospital food? We always got to look at a little hospital food. Oh yeah. You're trying to heal people that have cancers and recovering from strokes and heart attacks and heart disease, and you gave them that. You gave them this stuff. I know I talk about this a lot, but it just blows my mind. And of course, this is kind of near and dear to me because as those of you that know my story know, I grew up with a very sick mother who was in and out of hospitals and nursing homes. And so I was very well acquainted, much more so than a lot of young people, with the inside of hospital rooms and nursing homes. And I saw that environment. I grew up in there. And I hated it. And I knew it wasn't normal. I knew something was wrong. And by the grace of the universe, I was able to find out what was wrong. This is wrong. Even if you had the fast foods, and even if you had all that stuff out there, in a place of healing, that should just be illegal. That just shouldn't even be in there. Fruits, green leafy vegetables, juicers, enemas, colonic systems. I mean, that should be the foundation of every one of these places. You know, then the next level, we got our, you know, the herbs, the proper use of them, the herbology, the physical therapy and the exercise, the yoga, the breath work. You know, then you bring in the ancillary therapies, all a part of a grand healing design to where people can go to these places, transform their health permanently, and leave in better shape than when they went in there, without being addicted to some medication that you're supposed to take until you die. I don't want to have, and that's why I like to show these images, because you know, I don't want to have this conversation with people. You know, this it's nuts. Because people want to try to have rational conversations about, well, you know, you gotta get your protein, you gotta, you know, nutrition. Our bodies aren't made for these mixed foods like this. Not like this. The heck is that? Ugh. See, where there's not a pure filth. Pure filth. Everything about this. You can't heal. And those of us that been on this path a little bit, you know the power of fasting, you know the power of fruits, green leafy vegetables, cleaning yourself out. The herbs, if you got into that, you know. And then they're serving this. You got fast food restaurants in the hospitals with doctors doing what? So you mean to tell me you want to go get, and like I said, this isn't medical advice, this is an opinion. So you're going to go get your advice from folks that's standing in that line? That's okay with this world, with this kind of healing? You don't think that you're going to feel that? If you eat that, you don't think that that is going to be a part of you? But they say you are what you eat. As we talk about it, it becomes more baffling that everybody just doesn't wake up at once and say, you know what? You got a point. Let's do this. Let's clean it up. I mean, how macabre. Let's use that word, macabre. This is just creepy. Hospital, McDonald's. Come on. Okay, well, this says doctors fight to ban fast food from hospitals. So I'll give a golf clap to those handful of doctors, but I don't think that they were very successful, because it's definitely. Does anybody else see that? I mean, but I'm sharing with you what I see on a daily basis that I've not seen represented in any other media. There's not a voice. There's no one out here that gives voice to this. And even in our communities, if you have, like I said, there's a lot of people that try to give voice to the animals, but it's not connecting over all the time to the health thing, and especially to a sustainable health practice or consciousness. So we got a lot of work to do, and that's you know, there's nothing else to say other than, you know, we got a lot of work to do. And for me, like I said, check out Mucusless Diet Healing System by Professor Arnold Air. And this is the annotated, revised, and edited edition. You can find links for all this stuff down below. Now, I will mention, so of course, this was Professor Spira and Brother Air Unleashed. Brother Air had technical difficulties. As I mentioned earlier before, if you just got on here, Brother Air, his internet at home is literally down. It's so slow, it can't hold any kind of connection. And we called the tech people, and they can't come until tomorrow, so they're going to come tomorrow and hopefully fix his system over there, his internet. So we will reschedule this program, and we'll get all that solid, bring Brother Air on, and we will, you know, we'll have to name it something just like rescheduled, or, you know, 2.0, you know, the Professor Spira and Brother Air Unleashed 2.0, you know, 2021 2.0, you know. So this is, you know, this makes sense that this is how we live it. And like I said, I love when Spirit talks about the experiences of Sedona method. Check out those videos. Yeah, Sedona method, you know, the mental, I didn't mention that when I was going through the ancillary therapies, more things that should be taught in the sanctuaries of healing. All of this, you know, these sanctuaries of healing should be universities of healing that have all of these different disciplines that everybody can benefit from, like different, you know, go to this floor, you know, this is the mental health, the real mental health floor, Sedona method, neuro-linguistic programming, proper use of psychoanalytic methodologies, you know, that kind of thing. There's some brilliant stuff in these fields, but they need the Mucusless diet to support them, to really get the real potential that you can get out of these methods. But what ends up happening is people get so focused in and narrow-minded into one thing that it's like that one thing. So if it's like chiropractics, they're there, or if it's herbalism, it's all about the herbs, you know, or if it's whatever they're into, it's like it's all about that. And people would try, and people that have never seen my videos would say that about us in the Mucusless diet. And I'm saying this is the most holistic of all of these, because it's the original, as we say, the original plant-based diet, original vegan diet, the original healing system, the original healing system. And so you can incorporate these other modalities as needed and as necessary when it's rational. And let's see. Let me look at some more of these tweets over. Well, I say tweets, they're not really tweets. I'll follow up and rank us. Yeah, combine the awesome tools. And you know, aromatherapy. You know, we got stuff. There's ways that we can get. I mean, you start combining, get a little aromatherapy in with the Sedona method, and, you know, little yoga, a little hot yoga, you know, maybe a little, you know, and of course the sunbathing. You gotta, you know, we shouldn't even be here where where it's cold, and this isn't environment for humans. We're 98 degree beings. We're supposed to be 98 degrees, and we wear clothes to create micro tropical environments. and we turn on heat to create tropical environments. And even those of us that can withstand and go down into those lower temperatures, you still can't go way down for extended periods of time. You know, unless you on the Wim Hof train and you master some serious breath work. But then the question remains, well, if you can do that in that way, well, what if you use that level of breath work going in this direction? What kind of heat could you withstand? That's what interests me, is the other direction. I'm not as interested in the cold direction. I'm interested in that hot direction. And let's see. What else is going over? I don't know what. Looks like there's some kind of argument going on over here. I don't know what's happening. Let me see here. So everybody be kind to one another. Let's you know, we can I don't know what happened or what's going on, but you know, we can, you know, I love dialogue, but most people don't know how to have real dialogue. You can't have dialogue unless you're open to change, you know, until you're open to have your opinions changed. There is no dialogue. And most people, their whole thing is to defend their position by at all means necessary. And so as opposed to saying, okay, well, here's what I think, but, you know, all right, let's hear what you got. You know, let's go. And if the reason is there and this, then it's okay, well, it's something to think about, or something to, okay, well, you have a good point, but did you think of this? I'm a big proponent of the Socratic method, the question and answer process that can help you arrive at questions to the great mysteries of humanity through the question and answer process. But you got to, you know, be open, you know, and inquisitive. And that's where that mind of a child can come in, where you kind of ask these questions, go on these little thought journeys. I love that. You know, that's, for me, that's just fun. That's recess for me. But, you know, a lot of people, they get so, they're so, you know, when you start getting into spiritual discussions or religious discussions, you know, you're dealing with situations where folks are so tender, you know, very fragile. And for me, that shows a level of weakness that is that's problematic, you know. And of course, we connect that into the diet all the time. But as an educator, just on regardless of what you eat, I like to see it when people can, you know, truly have that freedom of thought, and in the openness. Because when you're so like tied into your belief systems and this, it's like you're holding yourself back, and you know you can't have dialogues, you can't have discussions about things. And you know, I had a discussion when I was down in Florida. There was some folks that were kind of evangelizing to me about their beliefs, but it was almost like they were surprised because they couldn't really get a sense of where I was at, because I wasn't attacking them. I was just listening to them. And then if I had a point to make, I would make my point, and then I would listen. And it was an actual dialogue, and they were like pleasantly surprised. They didn't persuade me in their direction by the end, and I'm not sure if I persuaded them or not. But it was all, you know, it wasn't arguing. We weren't like, you know, it wasn't like this fighting. It was just, you know, differences of opinion, some good points. They were fairly well educated on certain historical issues concerning their thing. And I knew a little bit about some of that, so we were able to have those discussions. And I'm just an advocate for that. So I don't know, call me old-fashioned. Call me old-fashioned, but I like to have a good old dialogue from time to time with people that know how to do it, that understand that art. Is it's not a debate. When you use debate methodology, it's different because when you're practicing debate and you're trying to master various, the rhetorical arts, the art of rhetoric, you learn how to make an argument, any argument from any point of view, just as practice. So, which honestly, I would recommend for some people, that hold certain political beliefs and religious beliefs, learn how to do that, see things from all kinds of other perspectives. That actually would be good for you to do. But when you're talking about a dialogue, that's different from that. From that, it's not just about that ability to make logical arguments that are always correct no matter what. There's ways to do that, and then lawyerly, some of the better lawyers and some of the I see the senators like to do. Some of the senators like to do that were lawyers. And it's amusing to me because I see like, okay, they just did it right there, using that logic, and but it's, to me, that's an important, that's an important art form that we got to really get back into. And Michael says Wim Hof breath work is awesome, and some pranayama. Yeah, I mean those, that whole area of the breath work. We said, I think in a group, we said eventually down the road we'll come together, folks that have mastered different breath work disciplines. We will come together and at some point probably establish a method that incorporates and is informed by the Mucusless Diet Healing System. But until then, you kind of get into whatever you're inspired to do. That's how I look at it. Whatever you're inspired to do, because a lot of people they always want to have the best. Like, I got the best breath work, I got the best yoga. It's the best is whatever you'll do, or the best guru is whoever will inspire you to take action. So if maybe you're with somebody that's not, maybe they're not the greatest, but if they're inspiring you to actually do it and take action, then that's better than otherwise. So let's see what Nick says. Dialogue isn't for millennials. I don't know what's going on. The young folks. I'm starting to investigate a little more. I've been watching more of the the young hip hoppers. Oh yeah, the hip hop guys. What they're rapping about these days, and I'm. I've been looking into it. I try to do that at least once or twice a year to expose myself to whatever the pop is in the pop, because I get so disconnected from the pop world that sometimes, as an educator and to fulfill because believe me, if I didn't have the mission that I have, I wouldn't see any of that. Like, I would totally disconnect from all of it because it doesn't do anything for me outside of it can help me learn how to communicate with certain demographics and certain age groups and that kind of thing, just to understand what are the communication models, what has shifted, what are the different dialects, how have the dialects shifted. Those are things that can kind of are interesting to me. I was talking to somebody else. Who was I telling that to? There's a documentary, probably a couple different people. There's a documentary called, I know who it was. A documentary called, what's it called? How to Speak American. And it was like a newer version of something that was called or do you speak? Was it do? I'm gonna look this up. Just because I'm gonna recommend this. Yeah, do you speak American? This is a good. What's this do? Okay, this is a real good documentary, and there's another one I think that was maybe called "Do You Speak English?" and that was made in the 70s, and they went to all these different regions, and they were kind of exploring regional dialects of English. Then in the Do You Speak American, they went all around America examining different dialects and accents and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. I'm into that. I like I'm not, I don't know languages. I never was real good with learning or really put in a position where I was forced to learn other languages, but I have learned various dialects, and so I can communicate. And sometimes they call it code shifting is the technical term. And most people of color do it they do it anyway. They code shift unconsciously, but a lot of people do. You kind of, it's just the degree of the severity of the code switch is kind of just different depending on class structures. I won't get into all that social scientific stuff at the moment, but this is recommended. If you can get your hands on this documentary, it's quite enjoyable to watch. But just to come back to dialogue from Relena, but that's why I was saying I look at all these different ways that people communicate, and let's see, what's Thomas say? I agree with the Socratic method. However, when one has shown their fakery, is there a point to attempt so? Well, I mean, that's kind of like pick your battles. There's a lot of times where, and I've learned as I've matured as a YouTuber and a public figure on social media. I'm not I'm not very well known like a lot of people, but there's a few people out here that know our work and things. And so it's inevitable that you get some really nasty and weird comments, and people, you just get that. And so I've learned, and other people have talked about this, my man Dan McDonald, he talked about this. A lot of other people talk, like, you can act like it doesn't affect you, in the beginning, but it can wear on you and get to you. And that's why some people say, like, don't even read the comments, Now I like to try to have a dialogue, but if it's you say fakery, or if it's just a waste of time, then I don't even get into it. That kind of brings me to vaccine discussion. And one of the reasons why, I'm not super well versed on that discussion, because I didn't really get into it, because I knew that had no place in my reality anymore. Once I got into the mucusless diet, there was no debate that I had to have with myself. There was no analysis of okay, is this vaccine, is the these chicken embryos and rotten egg and all this great things that they put in the vaccines, is this something that I'm missing from my life? Like that, I never even had. I mean, just with getting into mucusless diet, that clicked it all in. I'm like, I'm done with it. Like, that doesn't make no sense. But I understand now, and I'm going through the process of learning more about the movement. And I actually missed. I was unfortunate. They had a conference here. It was vaccination education, as opposed to now, the anti-vax terminology is problematic. So using something like, as I actually asked, I was like, well, what do we say? What do we say instead of that? Because I liked that, but they did politically, they have run that through the ringer. So vaccination education. Yeah, educate yourself on on the poison, what it's done. And there's very credible people, and the problem is the media always gets their hands on the sound bites of the most extreme weird people. They'll say, sound bite. Let's, anti, they're like, it's an anti-vaxxer. Burn him at the stake socially. Get them, and that kind of thing. Whereas, there's people that are, ex-medical doctors or even practicing medical doctors that can break that break the science down of why this stuff is insane. And we went through a history of vaccinations in one of the older videos, so I won't get into all that kind of stuff. But Mosey King says there's got to be a way for the general public to be introduced to the truth. Yeah. I mean, we're working on it. It's like it's transitional. I mean, that's the main thing. If I bring anything to the table in terms of educational model and pedagogy, is gonna have to be a transitional type of thing. It's a transitional situation, and there's different people, because different people learn in different ways. And so some people, like, the old Zen Buddhist type of approach, the shock and awe approach, is going to work for a segment of the population that's surprised, like, rewire, a quick rewiring of the brain. But a lot of people that they're not, that's not going to work for them. They don't learn like that. They can't even like process stuff that quick. It's just not, and sometimes they'll even shut down. That's what happens with a lot of people if you have no transition and you just show them the slaughterhouse tapes. If you go right to the slaughterhouse tapes with no cleaning them up, then they'll actually shut down, and they won't let, because they're scared at that point. You've actually scare them away. They get scared because they can't handle that. Is what Jack Nicholson say in the movie. You can't handle the truth, and that is so very true on the path that we're on this diet path. People got to be ready, but there's things in people's lives that happen that make them ready. And so what I try to do is, or at least at this point, is plant the seeds. And then when people get sick, or when people or a family member gets sick, when something happens that's unfortunate, that I wish didn't have happened, but is inevitable and we know is going to happen, if you plant that seed, then when it happens, then hopefully they'll be like, well, wait a minute, I'm blowing my nose all day. I got a stuffy nose. They'll start to make the connections themselves, because now there's self-interest is involved. They don't feel good. And so now it's kind of like, okay, well, how can I get remedy? And there's been so many people over the years that had conversations with me about diet, and they were so against it, and they were like, oh, you're crazy, and this, and I'll never stop eating meat, that phrase. But then wouldn't you know it, a couple years later, out of the blue, I get a phone call or an email and say, hey man, can't breathe good. I got phlegm in my lungs. And what was that mucus thing you was talking about? What was that diet thing? Or what was that enema thing you were talking about with the lemons? And can you send me something on that? And so then it's like, all right, well, boom. That was the whole point of making the information available. It's like, all right, because that's what I want to hear. Can you send me something on that? Boom, we got it. The information is out here now. So now the effort and what we're doing is building the community, the support system, the support structure. That, and then we're doing that right now. We're working on that behind the scenes, and you'll be seeing more stuff like that. But it starts with our Wednesday meetup. That's public. That's, for right now, it's open to the public. At some point, it might have to be a member of the private membership association that's going to be coming out soon. So it's a lot of things in the works. A lot of stuff is starting to move, and it's exciting. it's exciting time for me because, you know, working so long in doing something that, you know, when we started and definitely when, you know, Brother Air in the 80s and Takora, you know, in the 80s, 90s, you know, just where it was just so hard to articulate this information at all to anybody. I mean, and you still did it. You know, Brother Air talked to hundreds and hundreds of people just in going through the store. You know, that was what you did. Call into a local radio station and drop some bombs. You know, they'd be talking about something, everybody thinking that they're real sophisticated and heavy, and then all of a sudden here comes Brother Air calling in on their radio show and just boom, just hit this. Here you go. Here's something to think about. And so that's been the tradition. Now it's taking it to the next level. With the internet has allowed that to happen. So with anything, you're going to have with the yin and the yang, the positive and the negative. And the positive, we have this medium where we can communicate to people all around the world, and it's normal now on our calls. Folks from Australia, in England, Africa, all over the Middle East. I know that's a weird term to me still. You know, just nations all around the world are plugging in, are able to plug in. And so in terms of the public really getting it, I think what's happening is how it has to happen. You know, it's going to be a transition. And at some point, as I talk about this concept in Spira Speaks, which I call the laser effect. It's just a concept. But when I was back when I used to watch all my documentary period, and I was watching a lot of science documentaries, they were talking about how a laser is formed, how the light goes in all directions, and then as you start to focus the light, there's a point at which all of a sudden it becomes a laser. And that's how I've envisioned the transition. It's kind of broad, but then all of a sudden you get to a point where there's a laser, and that's the speed that people want from the beginning, that the unfolding quickly, the running, trying to get to the finish line. But the problem is people are trying to get to that laser point without dealing with the unfoldment. And this is just dealing with, trying to, bringing a scientific concept over to a behavioral practice. But I think it's apt because that's the experience I had, where I was like, okay, I'm just practicing, dealing with the dynamics, dealing with the system. Then all of a sudden, my body let me into those experiences where it was like a laser, like vroom, like, whoa. All of a sudden I didn't try to do long fast. My body led me into the long fast, and I knew how to do it because I did short fast and I studied the principles. So when my body ordered me to do that, I knew what was happening. I wasn't scared. I wasn't forcing myself. I wasn't forcing myself not to eat. I wasn't hungry. I wasn't doing, I said to make that. Now is like I tell people to eat more most of the time. Oftentimes people I'm working with, they're not eating enough food, and they're thinking like, oh, I got to eat this, this little bit. I'm like, man, you better add some more salad to that. Eat more, please. Because you got to eat enough to create a good bowel movement. There's a reason why in a lot of these cases, people come to me, they couldn't have natural bowel movements. And it's like, well, let's look at your diet. What are you eating? And I find out they're just not eating. They're not eating enough. They're trying to eat real clean and fruits and then vegetables and stuff, but it's almost like they're trying to eat too clean for where they are physiologically. And they need to, I don't like the term, but I can't think of a better word for saying taking a step back. There's like a negative connotation that's kind of up with that, but taking a step back. But to me, it's not a bad thing. You gotta, if you're gonna, to get that running start, you kind of take a couple steps back and then you get that forward momentum. So to me, it's natural. It's not a bad thing. It's not like, oh, I'm taking a step back, or I ate some mucus today and I'm going to feel guilty about myself. Like, nah, man, I'm not on that. Don't be hard on yourself. Don't feel guilty about it. Once you're on the path, like I say now, run to the path. As fast as your mental capacity can at least get you onto the path, do that. Study what you need to study. Get on the path as soon as you can. But once you're on there, take it easy. Be gentle with yourself. Be loving with yourself. Don't be hard on yourself. Don't be trying to compare your progress to other people that you see on social media or even case studies in the book. You practice, you're living your story now. Like once you're on the path, you are living your story using these tools that we have at our disposal to the best of your ability to get your results. And so, to me, that's real important concept and thing to understand. And see, Brother Air, people owe you one. Must have a mucusless night. Yeah, so he got in here a couple chats, and let's see. What do we got going on here? Okay. So anyway, but yeah, be gentle with yourself. Be kind. Get on the path. I'm just an advocate. I like to make the bring up the old Harriet Tubman kind of concept, where if you shouldn't know who Harriet Tubman was, who helped free thousands of over 1,000 slaves. What kind of courage? I always say to me, there's not a whole lot of people I give the status of sainthood to, but she's one of them. And the kind of that level of courage we don't even know about, like in our era. I mean, who has that type of courage? That's some real other level kind of thing here, and people don't talk about that enough. But when she showed up, you didn't have time to analyze and, well, can I have 24 hours? Can I think about it? So you're gonna help lead me to freedom and safety. Can I sleep on that tonight? No. You're either coming now or you're not coming. And so that's kind of my attitude now, and that's might be a little more hardcore, a little more edgy. That'll sound more like Professor Spira 2008. That's so but I'm making a point where it's like you don't have that kind of time. Like you don't really have this time to like, well, let me feel my way in. It's like, nah, like get into the information, just check it out. At least check it out. Have some urgency to check it out. Then once you've done that, now you can, like I said, don't be hard on yourself. Don't, because you're going to have to go through those emotional eliminations anyway. Like I said, you'll go through, and these are kinds of things people don't necessarily always talk about, but you're going to go through those emotional eliminations during the fasting processes and the transforming your body. You're going to, all of a sudden you're crying. You don't know, you're like, what is that about? Like, what was that? Like, you just out of nowhere, you especially early, some of those early fasts and stuff, you get emotional and go through this, you start having flashbacks there's a number of different things that happen. And that I could just I don't know if I really did a video where I really got into that heavy. Where you start astral traveling and talking to, dead family member. We won't go there today. We're unleashed, but we just don't have the time. We've already been on here for 2.5 hours. So I'll save that for another video. But let's see here. Let's see what we say. There's probably more than one way to bad health. My understanding is from overacidic intestinal constipation. That's one way. Sick line could make a sick body sick. Well, but the foundation of that, so there's, and again, this is where people are coming in from their, I call it the pet methodologies or pet theories. And so people like to latch on to certain things. Oftentimes it's just whatever they were exposed to first. And they studied it and it made sense. It felt good. And so they grab that. And I see that with the sort of the acidosis centric folks. And that it's related to the constipation centric. And really it should be all part of one. But my argument would be that that the constipation has to be there first, because before that acid, before you have this backup, so that this uneliminated, unnatural, undigested food substance can start to turn into this highly acidic, dangerous, cancer-causing waste material, uneliminated waste materials. Before that happens, you got constipation. And so even if you're talking about the worst foods and the most acid forming foods, before they really start to truly deteriorate the body, there has to be a constipation element there. And when we use the word constipation, we're talking about constipation on a cellular level, not only the intestinal constipation, the 32 feet of impacted intestines and all the slime and the filth and the nasty waste that's up in there, but the cellular level. And speaking of that, it's time for a mucoid plaque break. It's time to look at some nasty mucoid plaque. How about that? How is this? You know, let's hear about how this is fake. And I think Nick just posted up some beautiful pictures, some beautiful mucoid plaque pictures. I hope no one's eating right now. But this is all real, and I've had every one of these pictures. I've had stuff come out of me that looked like that, and I didn't have the foresight to take pictures of that. I wasn't worried about that at that point. I'm just trying to clean myself up. 32 feet of impacted intestines. It's I say it, but this is what I'm thinking about when I say it. This is the reality. That we don't have to have that. You don't have to have. Now, when you have this and it's just sitting in here and it's moving real slow, and the walls start to build up of the uneliminated fecal substance, you get to a point where there's some people that have so much filth around the outside, they have like a little hole that's like the size of a pencil or a pen that waste can actually go through in the intestines. It's like you get and so they're having bowel movements, or they'll have, and sometimes, you know, their waste will come out in these little sliver snakes. That's real thing. Now, no, we talk like this. If you're new here, we're very comfortable talking about elimination, but they're so backed up. So that's why we talk about lemon juice and distilled water enemas. If you don't know what that is, do a search for it on YouTube channel. We got the quintessential how-to video of lemon juice and distilled water enemas. People always ask about the herbs. Well, can I do the herbs instead of the enemas? And I always say they're totally different tools. One does not replace the other. Understand both. Check out both. But don't try to get out like you're trying to get out of, I don't really want to do enemas. Let me get out of that. So just, yeah. But when you've lived so unnaturally, and that is the thing that people don't understand, when you've dealt with this, and I know in you say this is the Unleashed is on the title, so let's go back here, because this is for all the people that want to talk about, do I have to do enema? I don't know. That's unnatural. I don't. Think about that. And think about that you will be held accountable by Mother Nature for every morsel and sliver of that you've participated in. The cause and effect. And in this case, the cosmic cause and effect. You're a part of that. And so when we've lived like this, where this has become normality, and you have this backed up in you, you mean to tell me that a lemon juice and distilled water enema is somehow so bizarre? So this is cool. That's natural. Did it for years. But this is crazy. This is extreme. So just so I want to be clear. So just so I'm clear, normal, extreme. Okay, well, I've never seen this before. Someone's inspired by our work, because we the ones that's really out here, talk about the lemon juice and distilled water enemas. So if they're making stock photos of a bulb enema with the lemon with it, I'd actually never seen this before. Then hey, we're influencing somebody somewhere. And there's that and here, this is my website. One of some of the images that I scanned myself, and this is the famous Jensen book you can check out that has some talks about the Kalima boards in there. It has some great images of the mucoid plaque. But the whole point is, wouldn't you rather not have this in you? Wouldn't that be good? I mean, that's like, I'm putting you guys through a little permission-based marketing. Is it okay if I show you how you can remove this dangerous toxic waste out of your intestines in 7 days? That's what we call a hook. I gave you the benefit. How would you like to know? Then the answer is, I already gave you the answer: lemon juice and distilled water enemas, Mucusless Diet Healing System, short-term fasting, put systematically in the right way. You get this stuff out, and you know what happens when you get this stuff out? Back pain goes away. Sinus pressure and inflammation magically disappears. Chronic migraine headaches, for some reason, go away. How amazing. You remove something out of your body that looks like this, and all these ailments start to heal. Huh. Wow. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk that removing something that is so abhorrent and smells so nasty, who would have thought that removing that from your body in a systematic, safe manner would help you feel better? I'm dumbfounded. That's wow. Wow. That's great. So, wow, this is a new one. There's some new stuff. Watch as mucoid cap turns. Okay. Some new stuff. And I got a video. If you want to see, I did a review video of intestinal of a colonoscopy, the famous colonoscopy video. And I welcome you to check that out. So, some call the Mucusless Diet Healing System. It's at some point we're gonna get into mucus. We're gonna talk about this stuff. I know it's nasty. What in the world? Normal. Oh. just sitting around like this. It's just another day hanging out with Professor Spira, looking at mucus. So I hope you guys enjoy that. And like I said, make it a daily ceremony, a ritual with a smile. Watching Spira and Brother Air videos, some good health shows while holding the lemon in. Yeah, I mean that's what it is. You know, and which is now online, but before you had to get Spirit Speaks to get that. But the steps to actually properly perform lemon juice and distilled water enemas. And, you know, there's the concept of, you know, kind of romance yourself. You know, this shouldn't be a cold clinical kind of situation. It's like, you know, get the incense and, you know, turn on the lights or no, turn off the lights, light a candle, you know, like it's, you know, for those of y'all that can catch that reference, you know, you get kind of, you know, it's your time. It's your what's the new terminology that recently came out? Self-care. You know, that's time for you to take care of yourself. That's, you know, so that's, yeah, that's how you do that. You little incense, you light some candles and, you know, put on some, you know, use some little music, or like I said, put on some videos and some relaxing stuff or some motivational stuff or whatever, and go through that process. Clean yourself up. It's a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. And I show gratitude, and I'm so happy to be in the position to have been given this information in the time that we've been given it. When, yes, it's tough, there's socially tough, physiologically tough, there's a lot of things that make this path hard. But when you compare it to the alternative, for me, it's not even a choice. I take this and the hardships and the challenges of this path every day and every time, compared to the hospital lifestyle, to looking up at the ceiling of the hospital, checking out the flat screen in the hospital room, that type of lifestyle, that type of reality. Like Brother Air says, they have a place for you. They have a place for you. And I want to promote a video that I'm proud of that's going to be coming out next week. I think it's next Friday. Is a video called "Constipation is the Root of All Evil." And there's probably going to be some people that hold certain, you know, really super narrow religious philosophies that might not appreciate that I say it like that. But I mean, that's what I believe. I break it down and I give you my argument. You don't have to believe it, you know. But I encourage you to watch that. Of all the videos that's coming out, I encourage you to watch that one, because I was being animated by as they say, the Holy Spirit in that one. I was feeling myself in that one. That was coming through, and because to me it's such an important thing to understand. Constipation is the root of all evil, the root of all pain, the root of all suffering. And until we can get to that, because there's a lot of the people that say no or that try to argue against it, they've never examined it. They haven't experienced it. They have no clue. They don't know. They like, well, they think, well, it's got to be something else. It can't just be that. There's other stuff. It's like, there's always a foundation. There's always a main cause. There's always, there's other factors and mitigating issues. There's other stuff, but there's going to be a main cause. And when humans decided to go against their biology and move to questionable climates, eating questionable things, we took ourselves on this journey of pain and suffering. Not to say that there's not love and that there's not fun and enjoyment, and yeah, there's certainly stimulation involved, but cause and effect. So is it worth it to you to have that bit of unnatural fun and get high on that, enjoy that? Is that worth it to then have the effect that will happen down the road? And if you say it is, I respect that. But as long as you're going into that consciously, as long as you understand that eating the dead cow is going to cause that heart disease or that stroke or that diabetes, sugar metabolism issues, or whatever it is, that is involved in that. As long if you can make that connection, then I'm happy. I'm not really happy, but just saying, I respect that. And because part of my mission has been to at least give people that option, that free will. I respect the concept of free will that we have, but it's not. But it really isn't. It's not really a free will, but we think it is, and we're in a position where until Mother Nature takes over, until Mother Nature takes the reins, then which happens. And we can look in the animal kingdom in certain situations where, and even among humans, where Mother Nature takes over. When you get sick and go through intense elimination and you're not hungry anymore, Mother Nature just stepped in and put you on a timeout. Stop eating, go in the corner, and think about what you just did. You're messing your body up. Go over there, stop eating. But do we listen? What do? Instead of listening to our mother, who just wants what's best for us, we go take some pills to suppress the elimination. And you do that year after year after year, cold and flu after cold and flu-like symptom, elimination after elimination. What do you think that kind of chronic suppression over one's lifetime does and results in? Chronic human illness. I feel like I shouldn't even have to say that. Like, I feel like that should be common knowledge. But I know it's not. I know. I know. I'm just saying the logic of that, even without knowing about the mucusless diet, just the logic of that. But without the mucusless diet, you don't understand that it is a suppression. You're suppressing something that sooner or later has to come out. There's a reason why. And you might go through eliminations that feel like it's unending mucus, just blowing it all day, every day. Your nose is all scabbed up from blowing your nose. Invest in some good tip. I mean, that's a good tip for today. Invest in some soft tissues to blow your nose, because you're going to go through that elimination. But on this path, the difference is it's finite. It's finite. It's not you. It might feel never ending while you're going through it, and you're just, because especially as you start to go down this path and you're loosening up all this, as Eric calls it, dross. It's a good word. As you loosen this stuff up, the body at some point wants to expel it, and it's efficient to expel it at one time if it can. And so as long as you don't stand in its way, as long as you don't try to chicken soup for the soul, and people, this, don't do that. Don't eat chicken when you're going through an elimination. Check out, like I said, check out the Mucusless Diet, check out rational fasting. But go through the process. Go through the process and the transition. And one thing I will go ahead I guess I'll sort of do I'll do a soft opening because I wanted to talk about this with Brother Air, but I already have it up here. And well, wait, let me see. Let me see if there's any. Okay, so maybe I'll hold off. Okay, I'm gonna maybe hold off on. I'll hold off until Brother Air to talk about what I'm just thought about sharing, and we will announce this. Even though I think the link is down below, and I've already think I posted up on Facebook about it, but we'll get into this in the when I'm joined with my Brother Air. Whenever we can reschedule, we'll talk about that, and we'll look at the schedule and see. Maybe next Thursday at the time. I wanted to start doing the Mucus-free Life podcast again, and start doing them weekly. And I'm gonna start having guests on every week, new people, and so that's something I'm trying to get rolling. And so I'll make that announcement. It's about a project that me and Brother Air are going on, and we could use your help on that project. So we'll talk a little bit about that the next time. I'll do this teaser now so that you know something's coming. And I'm going to work a little bit more on the gifts. I was kind of running out of time even putting together the page for this. So I'm gonna see. And as we speak, I'm wondering if I can edit. If I can edit it at all. Okay, there's a policy. So anyway, I think I'll do that later. So yes, I hope you've enjoyed this discussion, and I wish that we could have had Brother Air here for the whole time. I know he was wound up, he was ready to go off, and I know it's not quite unleashed enough without Brother Air to get the full force of the unleashed. This was just more of a Professor Spira, good podcast type of kind of thing. But I got into some things I would normally not, and went a little harder on things I would not necessarily always go that hard on. But so for me, just the elevation of consciousness, elevation of the human spirit. I got a video coming out in a couple of weeks about the importance of art, the transformative power of art, and for me as a therapy, as a practice, as a musician. There was a lot of things that I was able to do with the Mucusless Diet that I never would have been able to do if I hadn't been an artist, musician, pursuing that art. And I meant to show this off. This is my Saint Coltrane, Saint John Coltrane. I don't think I've ever showed this before. My Saint Coltrane, and I've had some major revelations just fasting, listening to especially the later Coltrane era stuff. Total, you talk about transcendental. Just being open to these vibrations and this frequency, everything. You start thinking of vibrations and you remove the obstruction and you feel different, and vibrations penetrate your body differently. And that's a beautiful thing, because you think that music feels good to you now. Like, wait till you clean yourself up a little bit, and music and vibration and art takes on a whole other experience. Just a whole other kind of thing that you couldn't have accessed without cleaning yourself out. And so for me, a lot of people, they want to try to rely on the drugs. They're like, well, let's take these drugs, or let's smoke this, or let's do that, and we'll get high, and then look at what you're actually doing. It's with, instead of removing the real obstruction, you're trying to take a shortcut so that you can have no inhibitions. You remove all of that out of your consciousness, out of your mentality, and you then you experience that level of freedom. But what if you could experience that 100% naturally, without taking in any smoke, without any kind of external little trinkets? What if you could just do it and explore that level of peace and tranquility and freedom within your body without an external stimulant? I mean, does that sound like a journey that you would like to go on, and an adventure that you would like to check out? That's the Mucusless Diet Healing System. With fasting involved, the totality, totally transformative on all levels. And we talk like that, and you'll see, go on Amazon, look at the comments. There's something like there's over, I don't know, last time I looked, it was like over 500 reviews of the annotated Mucusless diet. And that's just the annotated. It's, if you look at reviews of that, you could look at reviews of the other one, but look at the reviews. And the most of them are great. You get, there's a few people in here and there that are little trolls. Because their critical reviews aren't even, because I could take some criticism if it's constructive. Let's have that. Like I said, let's have a dialogue. Let's have a discussion. But a lot of those are the few negative ones that are on there are just kind of like, well, these are lame. But there's so many of people that talk just like that. Like, well, I was skeptical at first. That it was like, what was the big deal about that? And then they read the book, and it was like, blowing minds, and that's the thing. And so, check the information out. I'm just an advocate for education, study, get into the information, read, listen. There's no excuse now. Made the audio book. So if you can't read or you don't like whatever, you can listen to it. You can be in the car listening to the Mucusless Diet. It's all available. It's even there for free. You can find it on YouTube. It's so none of those excuses work. I don't have money. I don't have this. That ain't gonna work. You got the information. There's access to it. I mean, this is in libraries. I mean, there's libraries that do have my edition, or other editions you can find. There's no excuse, is the point. So check it out. Check the information. Have an open mind when you get into it, and see if it's a journey that resonates with you. If it doesn't, if it's not time for you yet, but you've checked it out, I respect that. You say, man, I read the book and I don't know, it just, I rarely hear that, but what will happen is people will be real excited about it, but they will think that they can't do it for a number of social reasons or a number of different things. Like, I can't really do it. And that's where I try to say, well, just think of the transition methodology and what can you do? What little things can you do to go in the right direction? You don't have to do it all at once. You don't have to become mucus-free right away. And I encourage you, for a long enough period of time, stick with the Mucusless diet. Don't get caught up on some of the videos I've been making. Been doing these little mukbang videos that kind of stuff, and we talk about the hybrid theories. And I'm gonna have to do a video on that and just isolate it and just really get into. I also had these, so that the hybrid people will be mad about this. So these are I got a couple cases of these Honeybell oranges. And so according to the hybridologists, that this causes this is starchy. This is there's nothing starchy about this. There's nothing, it eliminates like any other citrus fruit. So that's a discussion we'll have for another day. The point is that when you start trying to bring all of these different things, it's one thing if you're into a certain message brought you here. You know, you studied something but sometimes you don't hold on to like, you know, just because that was the first thing you studied. Like if you got here, it's like, well, check this out and kind of give it a chance on its own, you know, in its own right, because the philosophy is very different. The concepts, you know, the terminology, it's a different way to think. And so check that out, because if you try to do a mucusless diet healing system by Professor Arnold Ehret, and at the same time you're trying to adhere to somebody else's foods list or a hybrid, like, you know, the hybrid food theory, where you're like, well, don't stay away from this, or you can't ever have anything that doesn't have seeds. What, for the people that even talk like that, what world are you living in? Where are you at? Because maybe I should move to where you are. But most of the people that talk like that, they don't live in places that have special fruit. I mean, around here, they haven't sold grapes with seeds in years. Like at one time a year, maybe they'll have a few seeds and a couple grapes. But you can't just go and sow to say, well, we'll never have any seedless grapes. Then you're never going to have grapes in a lot of places. Well, don't have a banana, never have that. That's not the original banana. Well, you never have that. You'll never have there's almost nothing that you would be able to eat if you adhere to that type of mentality. And then on top of that, there's a bunch of mucus forming items that are recommended and called mucus-free. So this will be my intro to some other video where I'll really break that down. Like that'll be a lecture. That'll be one of my old-fashioned lectures. I might even get out the PowerPoint presentation for that one, and we'll get into some definitions and examine histories, examine theories, and we're going to break it down. We'll do it in the Socratic fashion. We'll say, okay, well, let's look at it. I'll take a step back and be objective. All right, let's look at that argument, because no one's really dissecting and looking at the argument. They're just taking it as gospel. And you hear this all the time, and every time I hear it, people are just they're saying what they heard other people say because it sounds hip. It's hip. They've made it cool. They've made it a cool thing to talk about. It was like oh, that's hybrid. That's high, like that. Like as soon as if you eat or show anything that in their world, because first of all, what are give me a list of the original fruits that have been unchanged and untransformed over past 100,000, 200,000 million years. There's no original fruit that I know of. Maybe there, like I said, if you're a fruitologist and you study the history of fruits, educate. Put it in the comments section. You know, give us some links to the history. Because I haven't found any really great sources when I try to study the history of food and fruit. There's just a lot of what we don't really know. We got some theories and we think based on these remains, and we found this over here, but we don't really, we don't know a lot of the morphology of a lot of these things. But we have a different paradigm. We're not focused on, like I say, Mucusless Diet Healing System is not a food list diet. It's not based on a list. And people get so fixated on these lists. Like, oh, but it's mucus forming. You can't eat that. No one said that you can't, that you have to be 100% mucus free all the time, right from the beginning, or ever. For that matter, it's called transition. That's on you. That's between you and your body and your relationship with the universe. It just shouldn't be a pressure element. They're like, oh, we got to put this pressure on, go faster. Your body will lead you, and it's going to do what it's going to do. And you got to let it do what it's going to do. And that's the art form. That's the art form of the Mucusless diet. Let it do what it's going to do, because it's going to do it. And then you get out of the way and let the body go on that transformational journey of healing that's going to bring your mind with it. So I don't mean to just talk about the body without bringing, but a lot of people want to put everything on the mind and say, well, it's all mental. And I have to say, my example, because these are the people that want to say you don't have to transition. Just raise your consciousness and you can do it overnight. If that were the case, if it were the case that our brains were so advanced and so had this untapped ability, and all that we ever had to do was just think. If that was it, then you could take a baby, a 6-month-old baby, and that baby should have the ability to use its mind to transform and unfold its body faster than it otherwise would have. It would have the ability to use its little baby, its little 6-month mind, to unfold into a fully formed adult within a matter of days. If that theory is correct, if the mental theory of everything, it's all just mental, for the people that say it's all just mental, if that's the case, then the 6-month baby would never have to develop. There would be no such thing as evolution as a concept. I'm not talking about that's a different discussion. Progressive change, unfoldment. These things are on a certain path. There's a certain kind of unfoldment that has to happen. Embryology. You go through a leaf stage. You got to go through a fish stage before you get to the cat stage, or at least those stages along the embryological path where if you were to stop at that stage, if there was obstruction involved where you stopped at that stage, then you would be what? A cat, a dog, a fish, a leaf. What's the end of that cycle? To my knowledge, there's no animal or plant whose embryological cycle goes beyond the human, the form and the internals and the consciousness of the human. That's the, as far as we know, that's the end. That's the fully formed being on this planet. When it goes through its full cycle, it doesn't go human and then decide, well, I'll become a fish now. It goes through over and over again. It goes through these cycles of unfolding. So when you talk science, that's the real science. Study that. Study how things unfold and evolve. But do it with that other filter. If you read the, I used to read Haeckel, the old Evolution of Man books and all that kind of stuff, is kind of the origin of some of these embryological, embryology and that kind of stuff. It's interesting. So, but bring that consciousness into it. Really think about that. Like, didn't think about that. And then when you start getting into that, you realize the unity of creation. And animal life, plant life, it all starts really, and these are revelations when you start thinking like this and you're fasting and you have cleaned yourself up a little bit, that's where you can start to really capitalize on this enhanced understanding and speed up your process. If you want to speed up, like everybody does. Everybody wants to figure out how to do it faster and quicker. Then those are the kinds of secrets. That's the kind of stuff. When you start combining fasting with that kind of contemplation and analysis, you're going to become an original. That's, I always encourage people that I work with to don't just say, just drone on, or just say what we say. Like you live that. And then you might say similar things, but it will be channeled from you, from experience, not just parroting what other people said. And it wasn't that long ago. I just let me see if I can share this. Yeah. I think I posted this on social media not that long ago, but this was always a little discussion. Where's one of them? Here's one. Oh, that's all blurry. Oh, okay, there we go. Fish, salamander, tortoise, a little more developed, chicken, pig, cow. I know you like my little it's like reading rainbow. Rabbit, human. So if we start out looking fairly similar, and certain species stop in their development sooner than others, then pray tell, why do we think it is okay for these folks over here to eat these folks over here? And I know the little argument that it's survival of fittest and that natural selection, and we're omnivores. We eat meat. It's always a real constipated sounding response to the way they talk about we're meat eaters. We eat it meat. We're meat eaters. I was like, all right, man, go do you. Well, you're not gonna do it. Just go do your whatever you're fishing. Go do your thing. Rabbit. So, but that's when you start to, like I said, if you do a fast and you sit and you meditate on this for hours, you know some of the things that you can come up with. But no one's teaching that. People aren't showing people like that. That's why I'm purposely vague about some of these deeper things, because I want you to find that on your own. I want you to come up with some of these aha moments. I'll give you a place to start. Embryology, check it out. The phenomenon of people being born with both sets of genitalia. I won't even go any further. Check it out. Meditate on it. It gives you something to do when you're fasting. Instead, everybody's so obsessed with working out all the time. Everybody wants to, I'm gonna work out. I can fast and I can work out. Well, did you contemplate? Did you spend at least 5 or 6 hours thinking about something new that you've never thought about before, that nobody else has ever thought about before? Or are you just reading what other people already, like those people that did what I'm talking about, they wrote those books. And it's a good place to start to read them. But don't you want to come up with that stuff yourself? Well, this is how you do it. Contemplation, meditation, and really and bringing a different filter to it. Bringing that, it's going to, a different consciousness. It will transform the way you experience reality. And so you got to be ready. But see, compare fruit, teeth. I don't know if it's going to work. That meme. No, let's see. I have it on my computer somewhere. Oh, that did it. This is a classic. So all the the people that say, oh, we're carnivores, or well, first of all, that's not even close, because if you were going to make an argument, at least make an omnivore argument. Why are you making a carnivore argument? I mean, that's really really bad. I mean, that's a really lame, easily disproven kind of thing. If you had to make any of those, it'd be like, well, we're omnivores. Okay, well, let's start from there, because our teeth and digestive system certainly does not deal with raw meat properly. And for the people that have their YouTube channels talking about, well, raw meat is the way to go, and please, let's just, all right. I mean, do what makes you happy, I guess. And I like to say, if as long as it doesn't hurt yourself or others, but you're doing both. When you're eating that stuff, you're hurting yourself and others. I digress. So omnivore, we don't share digestive, anatomical situations with them. Herbivores, I don't know, that looks a little bit closer to us, our thing. Frugivores, pretty darn similar if you ask me, in terms of the teeth. And I don't know that somebody made a point that whichever primate this was, it sometimes ate meat. The point is physiology. Humans, we've gotten so far away to the point, like I said, but even children still recognize, if you put, what's better, if you put a bloody, and in fact, you're gonna make me bring up the old what would I call that? The old carnivore goes for the gut. Oh, what's the name of that? JPEG of it. Where's the video? So basically, unless you like feces and eating the fecal matter, then you're not really a carnivore. You're not really an omnivore, because you got to respect and enjoy. That's part of the enjoyment of eating the dead animal flesh, is you get a little bit of that undigested fecal matter, the undigested plants. And the carnivores, what do? They go for the gut. First thing that they start eating on is that partially digested, partially digested and worked on plant matter. So even the carnivores are getting their plants. It's just an unfortunate karmic situation that developed on this planet, where they have to do that on other beings, or at least they feel. But they can be transitioned. Don't get mad at me with your animal kind of stuff. Every being on this planet can be transitioned, and once we develop real sciences that can actually deal with this stuff properly, we will be able to scientifically figure out the proper quantities and portions of transitional items for any organism to safely and permanently evolve and transition them into whatever. Like us now, we're just having a conversation. I know there's going to be there's even be vegan and animal people that'll get mad at that, and they'll be like, well, no, they're meat eaters, so you gotta, there's first of all, there's plenty of folks that have done this successfully and have animals that aren't eating dead animal flesh, that they're feeding them. Some of them are feeding them fruits and vegetables and different grains and that kind of stuff, and their diseases go away. Why is it that in the humans as well as animals, you deal with the principles of a transition and fasting and getting away from pus and mucus forming foods, and even the animals heal? I mean, wow. You would think that would be a big deal. You'd think that would be front page news, but not in a pus and mucus society. What's on the front page today? Probably, wear your mask and get your $2,000. I really want to find this video. Let's see where. All right, I'm determined to find this. It's on my hard drive somewhere. And it perfectly illustrates the point that I'm trying to make. Real carnivores go for the gut. So, but then this is another one of these things. When people think or wonder, like, wow, Spira's these different ideas and talking and stuff. I just gave it to you. I gave you the process of how to do what I'm doing, or like when people do that, whether it's a HOTIMA or, sometimes people are good researchers and they are compilers and procurers of other people's information, and they're able to do that. Some of the old school writers are good at that, but that kind of contemplation, that kind of and doing it in a way it should be fun and exciting, like you're finding some new information, like, wow, this is, just opening yourself up to just a whole different kind of thing. And man, why can I not find video? Wonder where I have it at. Sorry for the. I'm like determined now. Now I'm determined to find this video. It's not coming up. Oh well. I'll move on. We'll see if it comes up. But I mean, but this is the point. You see this, the carnivore diet. So this would be, so if you take a 2-year-old, take a 1-year-old, a 2-year-old, put that there, especially this one, just put this glop, and maybe this is a little, you can have the egg, just put that there, put this next to it. And what's going to fascinate that child? Which one of those things will the child be attracted to? Now, like I said, I'm sure they'll find a few children that would be attracted to the guts. And when you find those children, I don't want to say run, get them on a transition as soon as possible. Because that's, and that's even a way to, you can find your future Jeffrey Dahmers, and it's kind of these little tests, like, okay, what children, and we can help them. We can help if when you have a child that's gonna have that type of proclivity, that young, then that you need to hit them pretty hard with the transition. You're gonna have to really, like, okay, we can't mess around with this one. Because get them hooked in, and but here the Kanzi flesh, they are carnivores. Humans, this must be are designed to eat fruit. They're frugivores. This is a good one, but I just have the perfect video where the animal, it just killed a zebra and it's tearing into its gut, and this feces is just like pouring out. And the animal just dealing with it. It's like it's dealing with that feces. It's like, that bloodlust. And most of us, some of us have, you know, and that's what I'm saying. The ones that do have, the humans that have that, we just have to, we got to get them over here, put them in a facility and clean them up, however long it takes. That's how that would. Now we're talking about real rehabilitation centers. That's how you do that. But your average well-adjusted human is not going to want to eat feces, honestly. And so yeah, that's like I said, not to say. I mean, that's just showing how far behind we. I mean, when people are still making that type of argument, like, well, we have canine teeth. Oh yeah. What animal are you gonna kill? Are you gonna jump on the back of a wildebeest and sink that canine tooth into the neck of a live wildebeest? Or you think that you can? I mean, go ahead, go try. Don't really do it, but you get my point. These teeth are not meant for wildebeest killing. You'd be a little bit more successful with something like that, but not this. And so this is just the level of consciousness. It's time to wake up. So I know I'm droning on and on about my favorite. It's like Spira's favorite hits, all time favorite. Oh, did I? Oh no, it's still the. And but I'm having fun hanging out with you guys here. This is been a while since we did one of these live streams, and so we want to be more consistent. I'm gonna be doing more of these. This is the image for it, but I can't find the video. It's from the e-course. Got Mucusless Diet Healing System e-course. I haven't made a plug for that yet. But if you're interested in really cutting in front of the line, having me take you by the hand and just lead you right through the Mucusless Diet Healing System from beginning to end, you're going to want to check out the Mucusless Diet Healing System e-course. You get it. It's an 8-week long course. You're not looking at the image that I just posted up here. It's an 8-week long course. You just we go through every lesson, and there's food prep videos in there, recipes for the people that want my recipe book. The recipe book never came out, but the e-course came out that has recipe booklet and videos that go along with it. So that's what you're going to want to check out. And yeah. So I enjoyed this. Let me check out the links or the comment section here, and we'll see what's going on over here. So yeah, crap coming out of me. Not a long time doing, but the more I listen, boy, is hitting home to leave these foods, etc., out of my probably diet or life. I like that. Yeah. And so Emoji King saying, yeah, colonoscopy videos. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that's I should make another one of those, see if I can find another colonoscopy video like that and kind of make it. And Lynn said, I lost more weight than I really like, but I'm listening to my body. Some of my family say stuff, and I say I feel great, and just call me Bones. And yeah, you know, weight is one of those topics like it's like we don't talk about it, but we do. It's like it's kind of a thing where it's like, yeah, we don't fixate on it or really focus, but it'll come up. But what you see is over time, your body goes through different plateau points and periods. And so I went through a point of being real, like at my skinniest, you know, where yeah, like family are looking at me and kind of like, man, what? This is bad. You know, what's wrong? Where I'm like scaring people, kind of stuff. And I'm in my mind, I'm just like, I'm not even at that point. I'm not even worried about. I'm so into diet and just. But there is this natural process where you eliminate and you get yourself down, and then if you really are following the transition, it starts to rebuild. And so, so that's kind of a deep topic. But like, when I go in the weight room, if I don't show off anything and that kind of stuff, but like, my arms are, if I make a muscle, my arms are not like whatever whatever they're supposed to be. If you're not eating tons of protein, I'm supposed to be all, like, nah, my arms are bigger than a lot of the people that are in there that are pumping all their little protein shakes and that kind of stuff. And so, but it wasn't always like, that this has been a thing over the past several years where it was a physiological shift, and it'll shift again, so I've just learned to not get fixated on that, to not get too into those things. But at the same time, I'm always telling people, make sure you're eating enough. Don't have to push yourself so hard. Don't have to over fast. Eric talks about the 24-hour fast, the 3-day fast, rational fasting, the short-term periods. It's, to not overdo it. And of course, there's instances where people are going through more chronic illnesses and that kind of stuff, and you're on more aggressive protocols. That's a part of it, and those are different discussions, and that's why the Mucusless diet is very individualized. Each person is going to have their own journey, have their own path, and it's important to understand that. And that's it's so beautiful about this whole period. And let's see, my man Q, what's going on? Q, real carnivores go for the gut. Yes. And I still wish I could find this video. Wait a minute. Oh, here, did I find it? I found it. Yes. I can show you videos. All right, hold on. Of the carnivorous animals. All right, so I'm gonna play this whole clip. This is from this is from the Mucusless Diet Healing System e-course, and this is just a very small little piece from the e-course. So let me, I'm gonna share full screen. I can show you videos of the carnivorous animals that eat animals. They deal with that feces. They eat some of that raw feces right out of the intestines. As part of them as they're trying to go for the gut. So we don't like that. So that right there should tell us we are not supposed to be eating dead animal flesh. Yet the sense organs of humans are in such a pathological state, embodied in pus-like mucus and waste that is throughout the entire system, that we crave things that we have no business ever putting in our body. Yet we crave it. So there is this deception that our body can play on us, deceiving us into thinking that we need foods that are actually poisonous to us. And that is indeed the tragedy of nutrition. Yeah. So that's what I wanted to share, was that video. And I don't know if if you had the link or you tried to find it. I think I have it up. I don't remember if it's on YouTube. I think it's on Facebook somewhere. But let's see. I'm gonna play this again without the audio of the carnivorous animals that eat animals. Let me see here. So this is what I'm talking about. Like that. So if you think you're a carnivore, then you shouldn't wince at this. You shouldn't feel uncomfortable about this. Whereas I was almost gonna call him out. I'm not gonna make him popular. Brother Air knows who I'm in. Yeah. Brother Air knows who I almost just said the name of somebody I just said. But so if you think, and I'll talk to this person, I'm not going to put their name. So if you think that this is so natural and that you're a part of nature, then I hope you're getting your daily dose of diet. I just said I hope you're getting your daily dose of diarrhea. A little diarrhea eating, you know. This in fact, this video should make you hungry. If you're so natural and this, you should be, you just like, it's dinner time. Let's, you know, like that's a condiment for a real carnivore. Diarrhea is a condiment. And I know some people like, Spira, that's nasty. We all ate this. We all ate dead animal carcass. Yeah, it's nasty. That's the point. We're not, this is our food. This is our fundamental food, is fruit. Genesis 1:29, Karma, in the Bhagavad Gita, whatever book, go find your favorite book. And if it has the real wisdom in there, someplace is going to let you know. You can read Plato's Republic, and Socrates will let you know that you create a society where pus and mucus is freely eaten, that you're going to have a whole lot of sick people. So it's out there, but you got to have a little bit of understanding to pick up on it. And Mosey King said, "You are a trailblazer." Well, I appreciate it. I always appreciate your energy on here, and you're getting on and getting busy in the chat section. And let's see, Bobby said, what's your thoughts on these false prophets that teach diet? Well, I mean, I was talking about it there without specifically, you know, what I think is, I think that they should enjoy that they enjoy their meat meal with a side of diarrhea. It's just, if we want to be natural, if the goal is to be natural, we'll use logic. The goal is to be natural, and you feel that it's natural for the human to be a carnivore. And we just seen that carnivores have no problem eating the feces along with the raw meat. Then everybody that's on this carnivore kick they should put that in their YouTube videos. That should be a part where you have the raw meat here. You have a side of feces. Dip the meat. This is nasty. But again, but why? But that's where you take it a step further with the analysis. Why is that nasty to us? Why? Why do certain smells repulse us, and other smells are good? Why does this smells good? That tastes good. That's sweet. Why am I not repulsed by this? It smells good, but I'm repulsed by feces and raw meat. That's telling you that even as far down the rung as we have gone as humans, we are still not that far. And there's only a small, I gotta tip my hat to the handful of people that have descended down into that level where they do enjoy a fecal matter experience and eat a little bit. And the medical people are into that now. You know, there's, you know, you take feces pills to try to get your bacteria going, and we've talked about that in the past. And I don't ask me any questions about the urine drinking today, please. I don't want to talk about that today, but you know, because we're talking about feces drinking, so deal with that, you know. But that's what I had to say about the false prophets. You know, enjoy the diarrhea. Now, if you're talking about the plant-based, you know, just folks in the plant-based thing, it's you know, you just have to be specific in terms of who you're dealing with. And the question to ask is what they're teaching hurting people or helping people, and like really elevating their consciousness, or maybe it elevates their consciousness to a certain level and then they get exposed to something else that can take them to even a higher level. So I'm not super hardcore cut and dry in terms of, you know, I think of things a little bit more from a for lack of a better concept, you know, sort of a Buddhist type of concept of just, well, it's all working itself out. It's all sort of part of this drama and this tragedy that we're dealing with. But when you're dealing with people that know that what they're talking about, if all they are good at doing is like talking, and they're able to develop really like large followings just because they're able to sort of talk, and they're not encouraging their people to study on their own or giving them that kind of those tools. Yeah, I try to give tools to where you can take those study tools and you'll learn things that I didn't learn. You know, you'll learn new things and you'll be able to share with the community. Then we grow in knowledge as a community, you know. So it's a different approach. But when you're kind of dealing with people that are sort of like, you know, it's all about them, like it's you can only get this information from that person, and you have to, you know, kiss their ring and bow down and genuflect and that kind of stuff. I'm like, I don't have no interest to that or any respect in that. That's not helping people. That's not educating people. That's just it's like an ego trip, you know, just helping yourself out and controlling people. That's not leading people to freedom, you know, leading people to a slaughterhouse of your own making. So I don't have any interest in that kind of thing. So, you know, I hope that, like we said, for me, one of the most transformative things that I ever experienced was realizing that I have the same message for my enemies as I do for my loved ones, which is check out the Mucusless Diet Healing System by Professor Arnold Ehret. It's very simple. That's the methodology. That's the answers, the formula to life. So you can take a really sick person that's sick in the mind and body and spirit, and they have the potential to transform. And so that's like we talk about, if we were given the resources that put together a prison or some kind of rehabilitation center, which we'll have our own one day on our own land. But if you had something like that put together, man, I mean, if I had the money, I could totally transform these folks that are in these institutions. Give me that Warden Spira, and I'll be feared. They hate coming, you know, but it'll be the most loving environment, and they will hate it at first. But then they'll go through a transformation. It'll be the revelation, and we will have it so scientific. That's where I would love to see the sciences jump in. You know, people, you know, I'm not anti-science. I'm anti-stupid pus science. But when we take that scientific method and you start applying it to that type of thing, you can get it to a point where you can take a rapist murderer and you know exactly what you have to do to physiologically change them to a point where they are totally transformed and incapable of ever doing anything like that before, like they did before. There is a science too that can be developed there, and I'm very interested in seeing that science be put together. Those are the meal plan. That's like, we have the freedom to, to experiment and sort of find what works for us. The prisoners and the folks that need that rehabilitation, they won't have that luxury. They're going to be, we've done the analysis. Here's what your transition is going to look like. We're going to fast you. You get your daily, lemon enemas, your colonic systems. I mean, and people will think that that's cruel. Like people that's in the pus world, they'll be like, that's cruel. You're not letting them eat meat. You're forcing them to, you're giving them enemas. That's torture. You know what I'm saying? No, that's healing. That's transformation. That's the only way. That's the only real way for permanent transformation. If that's something that interests you, I would argue a lot of people in our system, they don't care about rehabilitation. They care about enslavement. Let's keep the slavery rolling. Let's keep that going. Let's keep the free labor, the real cheap labor. Let's have a place where we can imprison large numbers of certain kind of people. So I'll leave that there for the time being. And Yogi Farmer says, The Seeing Gospel Peace, Book 1. Yep, good one. Plato's Republic, Ralph Waldo Emerson. Yeah, it's all good stuff. And I don't know, Bobby G, where you said, I just saw the one where you said, you please say a name. I ain't saying no names. That's the thing. It's like that's a privilege for me to say some of their names. That's not a privilege that I will afford. So anyway, that was so this has been fun. I've enjoyed this. I think we'll close off with one of our classic 4-hour sessions here, and there's quite a few people still on the chat and checking it out. So I appreciate you guys tuning in and plugging in, and it's nice just kind of jump back out here. And stay plugged in. There's going to be a lot of exciting things happening. I got consistent videos coming out. I didn't even talk a whole lot about my Florida trip in this, and I won't start now because that'll be another hour. I mean, I just great time down in Florida. Went all over the place, and from Port Charlotte to down in Miami and a few other places, and just beautiful time. Can't wait to get back down there. Got my van hooked up, so I got a little cot now. That the trip helped me. I got a nice conversion van. I got last year. Yeah, so I've had it like a year and in a couple months, and that was one of the things. Where the van life, I probably wouldn't move in totally that because I got a lot of equipment, a lot of my music equipment and that kind of stuff. So I'll probably always have a space or at least a place to put, to store my stuff. I'm not, at least at this level, because of the work that I still have to do, I'm not just going to trash all of my, all my belongings, that kind of thing. But as far as like, to travel and to be real comfortable in the van, I watch a lot of the van life YouTubers. I enjoy that. And, and camping and that kind of stuff, because that's always been a big part of my life. And I didn't do it as much once I got into Mucusless Diet. I did it so much as a young person that got infused into my soul and my spirit. So I'm just so comfortable in the woods at any time, nighttime, daytime, doesn't matter. Just let me get some woods. Let me go out in nature. Just that just feels great, you know, just as normal. And even when it's cold, like I'll try to go out and just hang as long as I can, you know. But hey, I like that about Florida. There's a lot of great parks that's even pretty close to urban centers. So it's very enjoyable. So I'll talk more about that. But a lot of these videos that are coming out now regular, I think I got them coming out on Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Right now, there's new videos coming out on those days. And so be sure to plug into the channel, subscribe so you can make sure to get those, and give a shout out to Obacon. I do have the forgot about that, the super chat. So I appreciate the donation there, brother. Most definitely, you know, keeps helps keep things going, you know, keep the wheels oiled and things moving. So thank you so much for tuning in, and tell a friend, the Mucus-free is the way to be, and be gentle with yourself. Survive. Do what you need to do. Do what you need to do to survive. We out here, you know, I ended up not talking a whole, we'll save that from Brother Air. I didn't talk a whole lot about the pandemic kind of stuff and the face mask. We got into the school thing. That was enough for me for today. So yeah. So we'll be back. So stay tuned, and we'll let you know when we got Brother Air back on here. And let's see, last question. Eric says he got a horrible reaction from mosquito bites, skin swelling up like balloon. Will this go away as I clean up on the system? Any suggestion? Yeah, I mean, that is definitely something, you know, if your body is real toxic and there's a lot of stuff that's just on the surface that's ready to kind of come out, and you have a negative reaction to any kind of bite, you know, that kind of stuff, then yeah, as you start to clean yourself out, the short-term fasting, that kind of stuff dissipates. And oftentimes, as you get better at fasting, that's really the best way, because that you just sap all that out. You get the liquid and just sort of flush your body. Your body will flush itself. And the swelling will generally go down, or any kind of inflammation, unless it's a real chronic case. Then might have to either fast longer or just deal with Eric's intermittent fasting methodology that incorporates the original Arnold Ehret. As far as I know, he coined the term intermittent fasting. He's never given that credit. We're going to give him that credit, but intermittent fast, the first place that was ever written that I know of, that I've been able to see, is in the Mucusless Diet Healing System book, and things of rational fasting as well. But the original intermittent fasting is short-term juice fasting interspersed with mucus-free dieting. You know, so that's the original for people that basically, you know, when marketers got a hold of that term, like intermittent fasting, you know, and they went crazy with it, and so it became popular. But yeah, what's going on, Wolfgang? Thank you so much. Appreciate all that you do, as well as Reese. Appreciate you, man. You got the sun, most definitely. And yeah, we're gonna transform this planet. People don't know it yet. You know, we definitely gonna transform it one bite at a time, as we say. One bite at a time, one enema at a time. You know, one mucoid plaque strand out of your life at a time. We will transform this planet, and for those of us that remain, we're gonna have a much more peaceful, fun existence, and build our Eden. You know, build Return, is all the classic books, Return to Eden, and that's a real kind of thing that we can build. But we're the janitors. We're the ones that are going to have that double consciousness of the way things were and the way things become, because hopefully, if we do our jobs right, our children's children will read about this time and read about these things that we're doing, and they will be blown away, and it will be very hard for them to understand sickness in the way that we're talking about it, where illness, the kind of chronic illness, the kind of death, the kind that people experience now, we want to put that in the dustbin of history, because no matter what somebody tells you, that's not natural. That's not how we have to go out, because that's not how we have to live. The cause, change the cause, change the effect. Cause the habits that led to that kind of decline and that kind of pain and suffering. I'm not saying we eradicate, that people aren't going to pass away or something, but I'm saying that you don't have to be in such pain and agony. The body doesn't have to go through what it goes through if you align yourself better with natural laws. So thank you so much. And let's see, Brother Air said something. Clean that ass. That's a good way to put a cap on that. You know, clean that ass and secure the enema bag 2021. Secure the bag. Secure the enema bag 20. The hashtag. You know, it's time to get ourselves together. That's what it's all about. So let me bring up little music to end. And I will say what we were listening to at the very beginning is from the Brother Air psychopathic therapy sessions, which we recorded probably 5 years ago at this point, some years ago. But yeah, we did a piece on police brutality, and yeah, it was I thought it was pretty good. I was happy with how it turned out. But yeah, so until next time, you already know what time it is. Peace, love, and breath.
And for the thousands of others that have met their fate at the hands at those who were charged with protecting them. Is there nothing more vile? Is there nothing more evil? Is there nothing more disgusting than police brutality? No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Come on. No justice, no peace. 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 No justice, no peace.